And I would like to thank everybody for being here today. Especially on such a beautiful day. I don't know what it's like where everybody online is, but we walked out of our rooms this morning and saw a brilliantly blue ocean with an equally brilliantly blue sky. And it was a moment of, well, we're kind of sorry we have a meeting today. Or that we can't hold it outside. So it's a gorgeous day down here in Bandon. We're gonna start with introductions. We do have a full agenda. But I also want to make sure that folks are getting what they need out of this meeting, and we're going to talk about that at the end a little bit as well. But first, we'll start out with introductions. Name and who you're with, just to start. We're going to have some opportunities further in the agenda to do some other things. But I'm Lisa Phipps. I'm the manager of the Coastal Management Program.
I'm Claire Figner. I'm also the Coastal Management Program at DLCD, and my position is Coastal Habitat Project Coordinator.
I'm Chief Doug Slayer, and February 5th, please go on San I'm to be here.
I'm Marcus Sheffield, the Interstate Coordinator for Conservation.
I'm Maura Gable. I'm a geologist with the Community of Geology.
Kevin Campbell, the Ocean Shores Coordinator with Parks and Recreation.
My name is Laura. I'm a business specialist. I'm Crystal Joby, and I'm here today for Murder Point and for.
I'm Joseph Harrison. I'm the planning technician, and I'm also here on behalf of Forward.
Safer comment, Coastal River Coordinator is also the Jennifer Brown, the Aquatic Resource Planner at Department of State Lands.
Eric Payne, City of North Bend.
Good morning, I'm Mike Gray. I'm the district fish biologist.
Chelsea Schnabel, our community Bay planning administrator. Also, Emily Graham,
Mike Moses, Estuarine Resilience Coordinator, the Oregon Coastal Management Program.
Derek, I'm not planner for the city of Pittsburgh.
Morning, everyone. Andy Lemire, I'm the Marine Affairs Coordinator for DLCD.
Kristen McPhee, City Abandoned Planning.
Dina Nichols, I'm the planning manager for this weekend.
Chris McCord, Crease County Planning.
Jason Markowitz, Coastal Grants Coordinator, DLCD. And Mandy McNabb, I am the administrative support for the Oregon Coastal Management Program.
Chris.
Chris Shirley, climate change resilience coordinator at DLCD. I'm the site specialist for this kind of department. I'm Wesley Caroline, the technician in this kind of department.
Good morning, I'm Jeff Wright. I'm the Federal Consistency Review Coordinator for the Coastal Program.
I'm Ann Lysis, I'm a state house code for worker.
Great deal of planning.
Michelle, Clear on Steve, South Coast Public, DLCD. Jared Marks, City of Water.
Mark Henderson, Sea Level Rise Adaptation Fellow with DLCD.
I'm Charles Ball.
Randy Dana, GIS Coordinator for the Coastal Program.
Hi there, I'm Brent Estes. I'm the DLCD North Coast Regional Rep. I'm the wave with the Huskies before.
Meg Reed, I'm the Coastal Policy Specialist with DLCD. And I'm Tanya Duff, the Coastal Program.
Okay, and then let's go online. We've got 11 folks online. Let's start with Amanda.
Morning, I'm Amanda Punton. I'm the Natural Resource Specialist for DLCD and the Coastal Water Quality Specialist for the Coastal Program. And I'm just going to take the opportunity right now to say that it was very difficult to discern the words of most of the people around the room. So I don't know if it's where the mics are placed or what, but it's going to be a long day for us online if we can't hear better what people are saying. Thanks.
Thank you, Amanda. Bree.
Sorry, good morning, everyone. I'm Bree Ednock. I'm the Reserve Manager at the South Sioux Reserve. And I'm sorry I couldn't join you today, but appreciate being able to join in virtually.
Darren?
Yeah, Darren Nicholson, Planning Coordinator for City of Myrtle Point.
Don?
Hey, everybody, Don Pettit with Oregon DEQ in Portland, in the Emergency Response Program. Thanks for having me today.
Josh?
Josh Gibson, Senior Planner, Coastal Planner for Douglas County.
Kelly?
Kelly Burnett, City of Coos Bay Planner.
Mary?
Mary Johnson, City Manager for the City of Wheeler.
Rebecca?
Rebecca McCown, the riparian aquatic specialist with Oregon Department of Forestry.
Nancy? She might have stepped away. And then Roxanne.
Hi, Roxanne Johnston. I'm a contract planner for the City of Florence.
Super. Did I miss anybody? Did anybody just come in? Yeah. Who just came in? Okay. Anybody else?
So Chair Watwood, I have the Curry County Lane.
Okay, is that everybody? Okay, I suspected this was gonna be a problem. Mike, can you introduce, can you say something? Because I could hear you very clearly, so I'd like to see if your voice is at the right level. How did Mike just come across you guys online?
What? You have one?
Is that good?
Okay.
Very muted.
I'm trying to turn it up, but it won't go. I wonder if it goes up with.
I will.
Hmm?
All right, first off, somebody just give me a thumbs up that you can hear me online.
Yeah, we can hear you just fine, Amanda.
Oh, no. So,
And we can hear Lisa well.
okay, can you try again?
Good morning, this is Mike. Park Fish and Wildlife.
It's better.
Okay, did everybody hear how loud he was using his I'm on the beach voice? I'm on the beach and in the outside voice, okay? And the person you're talking to is down at the other end. That's the kind of voice we're gonna have to do today. Nobody will think that you're being offensive if you're yelling, because everybody's gonna be yelling today. It shouldn't be too bad now. Well, I know, I had trouble hearing people, so I think it's gonna be a little bit of a challenge. So just be really conscious that we've got people who are far away from you. And let's see if we can make this happen. They have the benefit, I have the benefit of being close. It may be also that for presenters, might want to figure out how to do it right from the computer. That way they're going to be able to hear you. So we're just going to jump right in.
Lisa, can I make a suggestion?
Of course.
I'm just wondering if we like picked a reaction that if we're not hearing, we could just put the reaction up rather than, because it's hard to interrupt and say we can't hear. I don't care what reaction it is, but we
How
can
about
use
a
the heart.
sad face? No,
We use a sad face. Or how about the surprise face like that? And that means that we are not hearing well.
That'll work, Amanda.
Okay.
So, okay, well, we're pretty much back on track. We've got a full agenda, as I mentioned, and I'm not going to take a lot of time during this opening part because we're going to talk a little bit about the coastal management program later in this. But I do want to just talk about a few things that we think might be important for you to know. And then a thank you. So last night, the Confederated Tribes of the Coos, Umpqua, and Lower Umpqua and Siuslaw hosted us at their longhouse, and we just had an amazing experience, and we're really pleased that Chief was able to join us today. This has been a real growth experience for our program, and I think for us in general to be able to just grow these relationships with the tribe, it's very special for us. And I just wanted folks to know that this has really been a great opportunity for our program to further engage and to develop these relationships. And we very much appreciate it. It was pretty special. And then with regard to the legislative session highlights, there have been so many. What we've decided is rather than go over all of them, we're going to put together a couple pager for you and send that out. What I would like to do though is capture if there are any bills specifically that you have an interest in, because once they get outside the coastal program, we're probably going to have to reach out to some other folks in the department. But are there any bills specifically that you've had your eye on? That people have maybe approached you with questions about, or that you're just curious?
Rural ADUs.
Rural ADUs, right?
Yeah, specifically the fire mapping, where they're at with the 7 or 8 different bills.
Okay.
I think it was Senate Bill 1051 regarding UUV.
Okay. Any others?
HB 3382. 82.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what that is. Any others?
Which one's HB 30?
That's a 30.
Four.
The fourth one?
Yeah. We might be able to do a little bit of an update on that one. Are there any others? Okay. And then we'll do the House bills. There's just so much out there, and a lot fell off after April 4th. And so it's kind of, if you haven't been following it closely, it's probably a little hard to figure out what's still going on. And I'd say probably because I'm having trouble figuring out what's still going on. So with regard to HB 3382, and Meg can jump in here, she's been in the middle of it. I'll just do a quick overview. We've been working with the bill sponsors to soften, I guess would be the right word, the language, because as it was originally proposed, it had the possibility of completely circumventing all land use and creating a precedence that was going to be untenable. So Meg and Jeff in our office have been working with the sponsors, with our legislative folks, to come up with some compromises that help maybe achieve what the intent of the bill was, at the same time preserving the foundation of land use.
I guess the only thing else I would add of like, not only is it a challenge for lots of other reasons, but it's also a challenge to our coastal management program and the approvability of it at the federal level, because there are certain things that we need to be able to do in order to get that approval from NOAA, and the two biggest carrots of that are federal funding and federal consistency review. And so if we were to lose that, those things would go away. And so you know, reviewing the activities of ports and navigation channels and dredging and things like that are one of those things that the state needs to be able to review in order to have that approvability. So that is one of the things we're addressing with the potential amendments to the bill. And thank you to those of you who have helped me along that pathway. So thank you. Appreciate the assistance.
I have a question on that. if this does go through, is the state going to pick up that slack on the funding? Because I can only imagine what that amount of money that's coming in from the federal government is. Is that going to be part of the bill?
It's not part of the bill now. I think what we're trying to do is get it to the point where that doesn't happen, where we keep our federal approval. But if it were to pass as it has been introduced, then that would be a possibility. And we have not received word from the state general fund that they would backfill that money. And it is a lot of money, as you mentioned.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've got the three bills everybody brought up, and then we'll throw in some housing, because I'm pretty sure that's of interest to folks. And then we've got a couple other bills along the coast that managed to work their way through, along with some climate change bills that are out there. So we'll just try to make sure we grab all the relevant ones. And if there's something missing, you can always reach out to us and we can fill you in, at least from our perspective, on how it's running. Meg is taking the point on all things coastal, except for the territorial sea piece, and Andy's our point person on that. So between the two, we've got coastal issues covered. Yes.
When you talk about the housing, would you be clear on which applies to over 10,000 and which applies to under 10,000?
Sure. The request was when we pull out the housing bills, that we are clear about if it applies to communities over 10,000, all communities, et cetera. So we'll try to make sure we do that. That's a good point. Okay. All right, so that's the legislative piece, unless there's something else. Yeah, that's enough. It's been a very fast, furious few weeks, although we understand this has actually been a pretty slow session. And with both of us being new in our positions, we're pretty grateful because it seems pretty fast. So I can only imagine what it might look like during the slow session next year. The other piece we have up here is the DLCD budget. We were one of the first agencies to present to the Natural Resource Committee about our budget. I believe that there weren't any real concerns raised, and I imagine that we'll see it working its way through. We found ourselves in the interesting position as an agency of having positions cut, predominantly limited duration positions. But then they gave us a number of positions. And so that's one of those weird situations where you look like your budgets, we did not get what we asked for. And then in some ways we got more than what we asked for because of the new housing program that we're going to be housing. So that's a brand new program. We just hired our program manager for that, Ethan Stuckmeyer, who some of you folks have probably met. And he's now going to be recruiting for his staff. So yeah, it's an interesting situation to be in, but generally the department fared well from a budgetary perspective. The coastal management program, as many of you know, several years ago, our budget lost about 30% of our funding from NOAA as a result of our non-point source pollution program and not being up to snuff. And that was the consequence that affected the Department of Environmental Quality as well. And a lot of work's been happening over the last 7 years, but we still have that cut. NOAA did, the Congress did increase in 2022 the funding for the coastal management program. Each program got a few $1,000s extra, but any amount above what we got is a great thing. And then the request this year was much larger. So while we still have this reduction, we're somewhat hopeful that we'll see an increase to some extent to help cover some of the expenses, because while our budget has stayed the same, the expenses have not. During COVID, you know, it's interesting to think about the benefits of lockdowns. During COVID, there was no travel. We saved a lot of money on meetings and travel expenses and other assorted activities that we were unable to do during those 2.5 years. And so we were able to not appear to have as much of a challenge. As we move forward, we're going to start to feel that 30% cut. And so just working really hard with the federal agencies to figure out how we can get in line with what they're looking for through the non-point source program is really critical. And then we've got a bunch of, so we don't have any money. And now we have a bunch of funding opportunities to tell you about. There are a number of flyers on the back table there that talk about some new funding sources, but I'm just going to give everybody a couple seconds to talk about it. So before we do that, as you may recall, in October, for those of you that were there, we talked about a lot of transition that we'd been having. Patty Snow, who many of you knew, retired. I stepped in. We brought on Meg as the coastal policy specialist, which opened up the position she had previously been in, which was the coastal shore specialist. So we've got some new folks and some new rearrangement of folks. And so it occurs to me, I should probably let you know that. So Rhiannon, who I believe is at the end of the table, is our new coastal shore specialist. So all things goal 18, beaches and dunes. That's your go-to person now. And Claire, who many of you down here met as our coastal access coordinator, public access coordinator, has moved into a new position as our coastal habitat projects coordinator. And she is responsible for building the program around the bipartisan infrastructure law dollars that we are eligible for, and which maybe you saw. We were successful in getting a grant to acquire 28 acres of land up at Cape Foulweather, which will, when it's over, be in the ownership again of the Confederated Tribes of the Siletz Indians. And so that's very exciting. And that program is going to be opening up. I'm giving you a spiel now. You go ahead.
Well, the next round is opening towards the end of May. So NOAA will release their notice of funding opportunity then, and we'll have a round of letter of intent that folks can submit to us. We're able to submit up to 3 letters of intent to NOAA for projects, and then they choose from those and invite the select few to submit a full application for funding. But it's a great opportunity. Projects can be up to $6 million. So match. Cost sharing is, part of it, but there's no match requirement, and they can go towards funding land acquisition, restoration projects, and restoration planning, like design and engineering work. And it's eligible entities are non-federal public entities, so pretty much everybody in the room will be eligible. So state agencies, local governments, and federally recognized tribes are also eligible entities. So if you have any questions, feel free to reach out, and there's a handout after the fact sheet about the programs.
And someone just asked online if those handouts will be available, and we will send those out. Brett, did you want to talk about the quick response?
So again, my name is Brett Estes, and I'm the North Coast Regional Rep, and I am speaking about the Transportation Growth Management Quick Response Program on behalf of Ryan Markard, who is the TGM planner in one of the TGM planners in Salem. And I'm working with the community in the North Coast right now on a quick response program grant application. And Ryan was wanting to get this program better distributed along the coast because they'd like to be able to fund coastal programs coming up. There's some information on the back about the quick response program. But the TGM Quick Response Program is focused to help communities identify ways to implement transportation and land use plans and assist with multimodal problem solving. So these are typically site-specific projects. They're small scale and short term, typically looking at within 3 years. And some projects could be looking at, there's a site in your community that is looking to be redeveloped, and having a partner with a property owner to look at how that site could be redeveloped. Or maybe even looking at streetscape enhancements within certain areas. Some recent projects across the state include a gateway plan for the city of Talent. Within the city of Sherwood, there's a sports field redevelopment project. And then also Milwaukee, there's some bikeway connection projects that were funded through this application. But there's information on how to contact Ryan on the flyer in the back. And Ryan would be glad to assist you on any specific questions to be able to get this moving forward.
Thank you.
Good question.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if this is seriously specific, but how many works and routes to the location?
Because I am not the transportation growth management expert, shoot an email to Ryan, and that would be a good question. He knows that I'm speaking to this, and he says, send folks my way if there's specific questions.
And then after the legislative session is over, we will know how much money we have available for our technical assistance grants which will be available to all local governments. I fully anticipate there will be housing dollars available for local governments. And so once July 1st comes around, we'll be able to send out more information about that as well, including some timelines, etc. So lots of good things. It's a good time of year to be having these kind of conversations because the dollars are rolling in terms of getting them back out to where they actually are doing good work on the ground. I think that covers me. Look for that kind of 2-pager that we'll be getting out. And of course, you can always reach out to any of us when you have any questions, but we're going to talk more about the coastal management program specifically later. So I'm just going to cap it off there, get us a little bit back on track and move into ocean planning updates. Pass it over to Andy.
All right, bear with me as I share my screen.
You are definitely going to have to talk about
Yeah, just
the radio voice.
See, your outside voice.
Can people see my slides online?
Yep.
Okay. And let me I was very bad. Okay, my name is Andy Lanier. I'm a Marine Affairs.
Andy is muted at this point.
I'm muted, but I was getting a huge echo, so.
He just said he couldn't. That's what.
Okay. Can you hear me online now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. So the two pieces of work that are happening quickly or were just completed are related to amendments of the Territorial Sea Plan, Part 3, the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy. And upcoming will be an amendment to Part 4, the uses of the seafloor related to undersea cables. The other topic to touch on briefly is offshore wind planning, and just a brief update on what we expect to be coming in the next couple of months and how we've prepared ourselves up till now. So I'm happy to report that I just took this piece of work in front of the Land Conservation Development Commission, and they formally adopted the amendments to Part 3 of the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy. This work has been ongoing for a number of years, and the work was led by the Ocean Policy Advisory Council, which is Oregon's legislatively established stakeholder advisory body on ocean management issues. The Ocean Policy Advisory Council is really the center of the stewardship process for updating, amending Oregon's territorial sea plan. When new issues arise, they will often spin up working groups to do the body of work that is then forwarded to them for their consideration. And in this instance, there was a working group spun up to help the state amend the Rocky Habitat Management Plan. State agencies and others sit on that, but there are as many of the interests possible represented as state seeks to amend different portions of the territorial sea plan. And once the Ocean Policy Advisory Council acts and makes a recommendation, that goes to the Land Conservation Development Commission. So the two bodies co-steward the plan and have that kind of a dual relationship as the state moves forward to amend its ocean plan. And this body of work was a multiple year, multiple phase effort. It really began all the way back in 2017 when the Ocean Policy Advisory Council received a letter asking it to consider amending that portion of the strategy. We spent several years kind of establishing a foundation, taking a look at the body, what was encapsulated in the plan, and really writing a comprehensive revision of the text portion of the plan. That the next phase of work was really the development of the idea of site management proposals and community adaptive management. And the working group in OPAC adopted a process by which we invited communities up and down Oregon's coast to submit ideas for potential management area designations. This was supported through the completion of a resource inventory information. So we did a big broad look at the data that was out there, and we helped our public and our stakeholders understand that information. We packaged that together in a web mapping tool called Oregon Sea Sketch. And we invited proposals to come in the door. The state received 12 proposals, and then we conducted a review and analysis of those proposals that the Ocean Policy Advisory Council then received and forwarded on. The work that I'm referring to now was the last piece of work associated with this work program. And there were a number of sites that weren't quite ready from an agency or stakeholder perspective when the Ocean Policy Advisory Council first acted to amend the main body of the plan. But they set aside some time and effort for a set of 6 sites to go through a little bit more evaluation, a little bit more work. And that is the piece that I brought forward to the commission just this last week. This diagram is kind of a description of the broad process that the council went through with LCDC. So when the proposals were originally submitted, there were 12 of them. Council went through that review process. 4 were rejected because they didn't meet the need or they weren't appropriate. 2 were approved and recommended right away. And then the 6 that followed went through this separate further consultation and evaluation process. And the Ocean Policy Advisory Council recommended actually all 6 of those sites that were under consideration to move forward for designation. And those 6 sites are Coal Point Marine Conservation Area, Chapman Point Marine Garden, Cape Lookout Marine Conservation Area, Bogarty Creek Marine Conservation Area, Cape Foulweather Marine Conservation Area, and Black Rock Point Marine Conservation Area. And when I say marine conservation area, I want to be clear that these are actually slightly different configurations of management areas that were devised by the community and specific to the needs of those communities at that geographic location. So they're mostly apples, but they're kind of Brayburns versus Fuji versus, Pink Ladies or something, They're all conservation areas, but they're configured differently depending upon that geography. And as an example, the Black Rock Point Marine Conservation Area, which is the one nearest and dearest to us here on the south coast. This was a proposal that was really focused on increased education and stewardship with actual no additional changes to the management regulations of that specific place. So there were a number of non-regulatory management recommendations that were made that the group highlighted and identified as important. So that was an increased interpretive signage, increased observations of the number of people interacting in that space, with the goal to really get ahead of potential impacts of this site, which may come from more people being accessing our coast and using these places. I'm not going to go through all 6 marine conservation areas or the other site, the Marine Garden. Happy to answer those questions. That would take a whole other different presentation for this. But know that all of this information is packaged up, it's available online, and we are readying some more public-friendly communication products to go out to celebrate this. The culmination of this many years of effort, and all told, there will now be 8 new marine management areas that the state works over the next couple of years to implement through rule. And I will be working with our agencies as they go through rule amendments to ensure that their rules conform with the sites that are designated in the. Switching over now to a little update on part 4 of the Territorial Sea Plan. So part 4 of the Territorial Sea Plan is the part that governs uses of the seafloor. Specifically, we're really focused on the siting of cables. Fiber optic cables are the most common type of cable that land on our shores. But they are a beneficial use of the ocean that has been recognized. There was a bit of a hubbub around one of the cables and some drilling accidents which occurred on the north central coast. But that brought about, I think, a timely reevaluation and look at how the state sites infrastructure that crosses the ocean, lands on our shores, and how we think about reviewing the application for that kind of use. Marcus Chatfield, who's at the table, is leading the working group effort to amend that portion of the plan. And again, this is an OPAC-centric process right now. So there is the part 4 working group that has been established. It's now going to have its 6th meeting this coming month in May. And we are going to have a final recommendation at that meeting that is then forwarded on to the Ocean Policy Advisory Council for their consideration and hopeful adoption. Or a recommendation to the commission, which will adopt it. We have done a number of, I think, really significant pieces of work associated with this, one of which is the creation of a best practices study. This is a really comprehensive document that describes the cable network that exists around the world, all the different pieces and elements of what it means to be a part of a cable array. And we actually just toured a facility on the north coast of Madonna Beach, and we looked at a facility that actually receives the cable and how that is distributed to the broader world through pathways into the valley in places like Hillsborough, where submarine cables are beneficial use of the ocean. That's actually felt from Hillsborough because companies will co-locate in a data center that has access to that fiber optic cable so that they can have the quickest communications to other parts of the world where that cable array actually lands and connects to. Don't believe I have any other slides except for this kind of map that shows in general terms cables that cross the ocean. If you look at the Pacific, it is really quite amazing how many cables cross the world's oceans. And when we think about the the speed of data and communications in today's world. It's not going through satellites for the most part. It really is going on the seafloor of the oceans as data moves. And that's quite a feat. Marcus, here.
I just want to make it a note that this kind of looks like a huge spaghetti bowl, but really these are the size of garden hose. And even though it looks like a lot, this is just so we can see it on the map. But there are a lot out there, but they're very small. So the impact is not as much as it looks like in this.
Yeah. And so much of the work of that working group has really been focused on text amendments to the portion of the Territorial Sea Plan. And there are two broad areas of improvement that the group has identified and worked on. One of which is that we want to better the onshore coordination process so that when cable applications come into the state, local partners, other agencies who have regulatory goals, other stakeholders can be a part of the early identification of cable routes and basically a more coordinated system for that review. So that's one of the big components of our review. The other is that this portion of the Territorial Sea Plan did not have a required resource inventory, and which meant that cable companies didn't have to provide as much detail as I think state agencies and others wanted to know about projects as they were being submitted, so that we could review them with an understanding of potential impacts to Oregon Ocean users and or Oregon Ocean resources. And so we have added in that piece of work into the plan. And so all of that is coming to fruition. Our next meeting is May 10th. You can find out how to participate and see the supporting documents on our website, OregonOcean.info, in the Territorial Sea Plan portion of that site. And happy to take any other questions, but we are coming close to the end of that piece of work as well. And lastly, some updates on offshore wind. This is probably a pretty big topic for some in the room. Just a reminder that as a coastal program, Goal 19 is unique. And that's because the state owns the ocean seabed and owns and manages that seabed in trust for the public. And so the Territorial Sea Plan is the guiding framework for that management. And as a state, we did spend a lot of time thinking about how marine renewable energy interacted with our ocean resources and our ocean users. And that was all focused really on marine hydrokinetic energy, so wave energy. But those policies and what this infrastructure the state built to think about that is provided in Part 5 of the Territorial Sea Plan. And that's where we established state policy through the chapter of Part 5. We did create area designations and a map that exists for Oregon's entire territorial sea. And that tells us basically the standards that the state would use in those specific areas to evaluate impacts to users or resources. And one specific use that we spent a lot of time on was understanding how visual impacts could come into play and how the state would want to think about how those visual impacts intersect with values that Oregonians have for aesthetic, cultural, scenic resources of our state. So we will bring these policies and these questions to bear on the topic of marine renewable energy, specifically offshore wind. This slide really summarizes the areas that we will be focused on in any future review of projects or leases that the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management bring to us as a state. And we are still kind of in a waiting mode between two steps in the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management's leasing process. They issued call areas last year in April. They have been working since the issuance of those call areas on a couple of projects to help inform them on the next steps, which is area identification. So if you think about a funnel, We had a broad planning area, which was the entire outer continental shelf up to 1,500 meters of depth. The call areas kind of wrote a funnel that said, okay, now we want to look at these specific places. And area identification would be a further geographic funnel to focus in on much smaller locations. Those would be the areas that Bone then configures lease offers. We have not had area identification yet. That's the point in the process that we are waiting for. The Bureau of Ocean Energy Management has informed the state that they will come to us with draft wind energy areas and allow a public comment period associated with the release of those drafts. And we are looking forward to that soon. Again, if you just think about the infrastructure that's out there, there's going to be potentially a lot of interaction between ocean resources and ocean users. That's something that the balance of renewable energy to the state versus the trade-offs of what we might give up is something that, you know, I, as a program officer for the state, am thinking a lot about and trying to understand as best we can. There is a tool that was built to help people visualize the ocean resource information or ocean user information. That is called Aura Wind Map. The URL is there. With that, I will stop and take any questions that you have. Yes, Sam.
When you're working on the part 4 TFP management, you sounded like the fiber optic cable, are you also kind of envisioning that we're going to have energy?
That's correct. So the cables are either fiber or power, and the policies that we're developing would apply to both. Great question. Power cables are a little bit bigger, logistically, but it's pretty much the same process evaluation. Laurel.
Not really a question for the comment that folks should look for, all in the process of these big locations from collector as long as those. Modeling. The hypothetical wind farm offshore is this location from three on the location of all areas.
Yeah, I'm going to repeat that because I'm not sure that everyone heard it. So what Laurel said is that Bone is doing a visual simulation of the 2 call areas from 6 locations total on the coast, and those visual simulations are done in a way that a photographer would take a full day worth of images of that space, and then they actually put, you know, they use computer models to simulate the correct size of a turbine and the spacing of an array, so that we as Oregonians can understand what the visual impacts will be. It's pretty unclear what that's going to look like and how significant those devices are going to be out on the OCS, but this will help us to understand that. So thank you for mentioning that, Laurel. Yeah. Yes, the simulations will include both day and night, and actually night is one of the areas that they are most clearly seen. And we are thinking about that from the perspective of, do the lights have to be on all the time? Because that portion of the coast is very dark with the exception of transient fishing vessels. So that is something we're beginning to think about from, can we mitigate by having the lights of the turbines be off unless there's an approaching airplane? I didn't, but I can pull up. Yeah, so the 2 call areas are off of Brookings, and that one pretty much goes from the Oregon-California border up almost all the way to Gold Beach. And the Coos Bay call area starts north of the Coos Bay bar entrance and goes up almost all the way to Hecata Banks. So they're significantly sized areas, and I think the sites for visual simulation in Coos Bay Hall area are closer to the Cedar Head. Whereas I think we've selected 3 sites associated with the Brookings, so there's one near the Brookings Marine Research Area, near Tribal Research Area, at Harris Beach, as well as a few other locations along that scenic corridor.
You see that with the-
That's right. Was it a Gregory Point? Yeah.
So who actually permits this? Is this land use decision?
So the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management leases the land by which your company would then survey and then present a project plan for. So BOEM will lease it, but as soon as it's leased by somebody, then it's a private company that's applying for a permit for to
The feds.
yeah. But there will be, the onshore component of projects will have to have local land use permits. They will have to be consistent with the land use planning system on land. That they will need to be consistent with Part 4 of the territorial sea plan when it crosses the territorial sea. So all of those agencies that have a regulatory role will also have a regulatory role in the evaluation of a full project.
Yeah, I would just offer that, I would offer that Andy is more than happy to do any presentations that your councils, commissions, planning commissions would like to hear. Certainly remote helps facilitate more of those, but he's pretty open to that opportunity, so.
Yeah, I zoomed into the Brookings City Council not long ago, I believe it was February earlier this year.
So are these sites, these selected sites, or are there still, is there still going on, which one is this like?
That is a great question, and it's unknown at this time. Well, you know, the process that BOEM has is really a winnowing down, so each step gets them closer to the final location. The big question now, because there has been a letter from the regional fisheries entity, the Pacific Fisheries Management Council, to BOEM and to our governor, asking them to slow down and do an assessment over a broader area to really understand whether or not the areas that have been identified to date are the right areas to move forward. And I can't tell you what is going to happen in that. There's a lot of politics that are going to come in.
You hear a lot of talk, then you hear no talk.
Yeah.
All right, awesome. Okay, thank you, Andy. Next, we have Don Pettit with DEQ.
Hello. Thank you. Again, thanks for the time. I'm going to share my screen. Let me know if you can hear me and when that comes up. Okay, just screen. And you should see a story map come up here pretty quick.
No, we see your email.
Yeah, sorry. Trying to move the thing at the top so that I can, here we go.
Looks good.
Yeah, so this is an update on a project that was begun about 4 to 5 years ago, and we made very good progress. This was a project that was really made possible by Oregon Coastal Management Program helping us obtain a coastal management fellow through NOAA. And this project is something that we had long struggled to begin. And, you know, we're a very small program, and that was really the launch pad that we needed to get started. We again began the project and conducted all the field work, and then a series of events happened, which are kind of I don't know if it's a normal part of doing business in the smallest oil spill program in the Western US. But that, we had a little thing like the wildfires and the pandemic, and next thing you know, we're kind of scrambling just to get back on track, which we are now. And that's why I wanted to update you all and let you know that hopefully in the fall, we will have updated spill plans and 2-page summaries, kind of like the thing that Andy just showed for those areas off the coast. We have a project to design a bunch of individual spill response strategies that will be tied together into a what we call a geographic response plan. So I'm just going to quickly go through this, and I don't know if I'll see hands raised. Maybe somebody could shout at me if you have a question. That's fine at any point. But like I mentioned, our plans before this project began were pretty long in the tooth. Some of them were 20 plus years old, and I'll show you, kind of GIS, from the early 90s. Even though this says 2000, it's really from the early 90s. And of course, a lot's changed. The production of these elements, which is all much easier to do in the modern GIS environment. So that's why we were particularly excited to get, we're not actually using ArcMap now, we're using ArcGIS Pro. But anyway, a lot of new tools that are just, almost every 6 months, there's something that applies to this project that makes it a little easier to get it done. Like I said, we did a lot of field work, went and looked at a lot of potential spill sources, met with some of you along the way, made a point of stopping in at every tribal office and met with tribal resource leaders, with ODFW, NOAA. Oh, do we have a hand raised? Sorry, little feedback, I guess. Met with ODFW, NOAA, and US Fish and Wildlife staff while we were out doing the field work and identifying all the things that are in harm's way, natural resources, socioeconomic resources, and cultural resources. Again, this story map we'll make available to you. This is kind of the project starting point. We update this periodically to show where we're at in the project and remind people what we're doing. These are what oil spill strategies often look like. We have a lot of obviously we have way more habitat than could be protected from an oil spill. So the goal of these plans is to make the best start possible in the first day or 2 days. Do all that we can do to contain, divert it, exclude it from certain areas. We have a ton of tidal inlets that can be temporarily blocked or boomed so that the water flows, but the oil doesn't reach it. So these are kind of common methods of dealing with large oil spills. Then, one of the big things is notification, just having quickly contact information for resource, stewards, or, facilities like these fish net pads where they acclimate. It's great to know whether, we have designed a lot of these strategies and we're actually using them already internally at DEQ, but we had a very large spill, and a decision was made that because there were no fish in the acclimation pens, and the weather was so rough that we didn't want to put boom around all of these pens and risk tearing them apart to save them from the off chance that oil could reach those locations. Obviously, if we had something nearby, that decision probably might have been reversed. But we still have the old plans, and they are kind of the official record of what we're supposed to do. But to be honest, we have started using the new plans, and you can view those in this web map that you can actually pop open as a separate window. Take a look at the strategies. We'll zoom in, and you can kind of see what these plans look like right now. And the further we go in, you'll start to see some of the specific booming strategies, yellow or notification strategies. I think these might be potential command posts, and we have a ton of boat ramps and access points. See if I can, excuse me, hard to scroll when you have a map open. So this is kind of the generic time frame, and like I said, we started right when we got the Coastal Management Fellow, and we have kind of progressed. We got all of the field work done. We have been working on refining the publication system, and we're kind of down in this zone right now, although this is slightly a little optimistic. I would say we're kind of right in the middle of this zone right now. When we get these draft plans, they've already been looked at by natural resource trustees, and to a lesser extent, we've had some, cultural review directly with the tribes, but we still need to work with SHPO on. There's a lot of strategies that happen in areas that the tribes have not kind of weighed in on that we need to have done. So just kind of moving forward, if you have any questions about these, if you want to take a look at that form that we or that web map, and you need any help using it, if you see something you want to comment directly on, we kind of have a survey 1, 2, 3 project set up where you can comment directly on a proposed strategy, or tell us what we're missing. If it's a natural resource you care about and you think it could be protected and you don't see a strategy, we'd love to hear about that. And, just anything else. If you see something that you absolutely know would not work because of horrendous tidal flux or current or whatever, we've been pretty diligent about making sure that these are more feasible than the ones 20 years ago. So we have that in mind. But that being said, you all know some of these areas way better than we do. So we always welcome the opportunity to talk and make these strategies better. What we don't want to do is spend time doing something that's infeasible when we could be doing something that, using our time more wisely. Public meetings will be back in front of this audience in the fall with a little more elaborate rollout of those draft plans. And then, there will be an opportunity there to again weigh in, understand them, have us meet with you to explain it if something looks, incorrect or could be better. Here are the kind of the project team. I would add U.S. Fish and Wildlife to this list. Pretty big partner, and whether they know it or not, SHPO, I guess, belongs here. So yes, they are listed. Sarah, the former Coastal Fellow, is now a permanent fixture at DEQ's Emergency Response Program. Our small team of 5 or 6 couldn't do without her GIS support and just kind of overall prowess at data wrangling. But we constantly get pulled away to also support incidents as they happen. And we had the opportunity to do that when the vessel came ashore ablaze just south of Brookings, or excuse me, Coquille, just south of Coquille. Now I'm saying that wrong now. Bandon, excuse me. I should know this. I've been to these areas a lot. But if you have any questions, it doesn't have to come in through that form. Just email us, pick up the phone and call us. Whatever form of communication you want, we're happy to talk about these now or in the fall or whenever you want to do that. And I think that's it. Are there any questions?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can.
So I was wondering, you said that Fish and Wildlife is involved. Are they part of coming up with a wildlife oil response spill unit?
Wildlife oil response what?
Unit?
Unit?
Yeah.
We have had ODFW staff participate in drills within the wildlife unit. We've had just, a smattering of that, mostly for drills in Astoria and Portland. We don't have a lot of drills that happen on the coast, although we do have some in Coos Bay that happen periodically. So I want to say maybe somebody from ODFW has participated there, but I could be wrong. I don't often get to go to that drill.
Thank you.
Any
You
other?
bet.
Yep, we've got a question.
Are you working?
Sure.
Hi, are you working with MSRC at all? Or is this just something completely separate from them?
Well, yes, we actually, that was one of the first organizations that we met with when Sarah came on board, mostly to understand, what kind of equipment we have in the Northwest to do this work. MSRC is an oil spill response OSRO organization under the terms used by the U.S. Coast Guard. I'm going to try to find their capability. They're the only ones with response capability and kind of in the open coastal zone. We have one response vessel, the Oregon Responder, and it's the only one that's really capable. I'm trying to find something that has boom prescribed offshore. Most of our strategies are along rivers and places where we could do that. But here's an example of an area that we consider a high priority for oil skimming in the open ocean, because there are natural and cultural resources in this area that rise maybe above some of the other areas, like open sandy beaches are usually a little easier to clean. And the threat is, or the consequences are not as dire if oil shows up there. Not to mean we want that to happen, but we prioritize some areas a little more because we have to try to do that. So this would be a skimming area, and right now the only company that could do that work is MSRC. And the stage after this project is done is then to go back, possibly to the legislature or whomever we can convince that we need a lot more oil spill equipment for the open coastal zone. Most of our equipment is from Astoria to the Columbia River upriver to Washington. That's the bulk of our response resources are in that area.
Right.
Sure.
Qualified people to mitigate the spills as well, which tricky. Yeah.
Great question.
Any other
Like-
questions inside? Yeah, we don't have anything online done.
Perfect. I'll see you all in the fall. I'm gonna linger a little bit. There's a lot of good talk, so I will have to jet probably after lunch, but I'm gonna linger a little bit. So thank you.
Thank you. So we're a little off schedule, which is totally fine, but if we could just do a little stand-up stretch and then get back in here in the next 5 to 10 minutes so we can get started, because we've moved the roundtable to now because we realize everybody starts flagging by the end of the day, and that's actually why we're here, is to hear from you all. So stand up, sit down, get some food, water, tea, coffee, use the restrooms. Yeah, but still you're trying to lunch recording. All right, so for those of you on the line, we are reconvening, and we will start the roundtable. We can have everybody sit down. Use my mom's voice. Come to the table. Laura, come to the table. Well, you're part of the round table. Come forward. So we're a little off time. We'll make some of it up at lunch and then we'll just deal with it accordingly. But it's just those of you who participated in these before, you might notice that we are moving this to earlier in the day because it always feels like we're just trying to cram it in at the last minute, and we really want you guys to have the time that you have to talk about your regions, to talk about your cities, talk about your councils and commissions, and to interact with us, but also one another. I will ask, we have more time than we usually do. I will ask that if we can do initially when we go around, if we can have each jurisdiction have one representative talk, and then if we have more time, we can open it up if there are other issues that people want to bring up. And I'm sorry, I still don't know everybody's name. So please do not be offended by that. So I may just look at you and smile and go, and then maybe say your name again so that it will start to jive in my brain. But we will also just kind of go back and forth. We want to make sure that the folks online are also engaged. So let's get this off. So see people. All right. That's we have pinned down. All right. So as people come on, at least we can see them. Okay, so have no particular order. I could go from bottom to top to bottom. I could just randomly pick people and freak you all out. But instead, I'm just going to start here. And I would. What do you want us to talk about? I'd like you to tell me your favorite color. So you're correct. Maybe not everybody's done this before, so I appreciate that. So we use this time for jurisdictions to just talk about issues that they may be addressing. You can just update on something that's going on. If you've had a great success that you'd like to share, I find these often turn into the best opportunities to bring up challenges, because then you can get feedback from people. But it's really your time to kind of talk about the city, county that you're with, or state agency, and or tribes. And sorry about that. I'm trying to remember everything on the fly. It's your time. It's time to just share. So, you looked panicked when I looked at you. Who would you rather speak?
No, I can go first
Okay.
because then I don't have to panic
That's right.
as I'm the last one.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay.
And I am one of those people who is very new. That was my panic. It's like, oh, I have no idea what I'm doing. So my name is Gabby Bratt. I'm the Cultural Resources Technician with the Coco Indian Tribe. Yeah, I've been in this position for a little less than a year now. And I've been so I don't have like any success stories. I've just been like keeping the boat afloat as we have like some staff changes going through. But I've been part of the Goal 5 conversations, the CAAT, like planning updates and everything. That's like my relationship with DLCD staff and everyone. Yeah, so like I said, it's like my favorite color is green.
Okay, good. Thank
Yeah.
you. I'll probably remember that before everything else. So you talked about some transitions. You've had some pretty big transitions.
Yeah.
How's that going?
Good. So I worked with Cassie Rippey when I first started, and then she left end of October. And so we're finally getting our new Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for replacement end of June. So still a ways away, but still coming up very quickly, and then we'll be able to like really tackle a lot of these, like the offshore wind project with like talking with BOEM is definitely like a top priority for multiple reasons. Yeah, like land conservation for my end is like the cultural resources, protection of everything, and making sure that like tribal sovereignty is acknowledged and like people incorporate that into their planning decisions and moving forward and how they interact with the tribes, because tribes, we're here too. We're all working towards the same thing. So there's no reason to not talk to us. I'm learning. Yeah. Yeah, like everyone has learning growth and everything. I'm definitely like in that learning for yeah, trying to think of what else. A lot of watershed tide gate restoration projects going on, especially like here along the Coquille River. A lot going on. Yeah, so just a lot of work and like protecting natural and cultural resources, because natural resources are cultural resources and vice versa. That's cool. Thank you.
All right. And then during lunch, after the meeting, I just encourage you all to also sit and mingle if you have time and just chat with one another. So Chris or Julia?
I do.
You can go.
Chris McCord, Coos County Planning. We just have a general, slew of applications in. Coos County is definitely in one of the different situations, and well, we're in the same situation probably Curry County's in, and where there is a lack of funding. We see a lot of pushback from state agencies. I don't think we're getting the proper kind of considerations out of the director levels of the state agencies forming their employees, that there is not an adequate level of staffing at the county. So I'm not sure why we're getting so much dumped on us. So we're looking for some more pushback from maybe director or Brenda Bateman about that one. Our applications are a slew. Some are good, some are bad. The fact that we're getting good applications means apparently people could, if they chose to, they could follow the rules and regulations. So that is possible. It's not hard to do. Let's see, licensing agencies. I mean, we are seeing a slew of professional licensed licensed professionals not doing work right. The public is definitely getting frustrated. So we've running into issues where we're not sure if some of these geologists aren't actually racking up fees anyways, licensed geologists racking up fees anyways, because they could say they're not in a landslide area and yet then say that they need to mitigate these areas, which trigger a conditional use application. So some pushback against the Board of Geology examiners and maybe even OSBOs too, to start saying that these aren't just free passes to run around and take all monthly clients. yeah, overall, we're waiting on doing a lot of long range plans. Obviously, rural ADU is a big thing around here. We're getting a lot of people asking us about that. It'd be nice if ODF didn't pull back the fire map, and it'd be even nicer if they actually gave us a time frame directly of when they think they're going to actually implement this. And then once they're done, we still have 2 other agencies on the backside of that, which would be nice if they would all communicate with us. It would be nice if we got some sort of actual general direction out of each one in regards to the buyout situation, biological opinion. We're getting different directions out of DEQ on this TDML down here, which I don't know if that lines up with FEMA stuff. And the FEMA stuff, I'm not sure how they plays in the private force accord, which we weren't consulted on. We're now being told that under that private forest accord that they got to do, that forest landowners have to do a lot of road restoration and stream update, culvert upgrades, which are, some of them are in the floodplain, which are not, that whole direction is not being clearly explained to everyone that actually involves us either. So it'd be nice if the state agencies would work a little more consistently with contacting us before they implement these projects, and then we could relay that information to the landowners, since we appear to be in direct contacts for landowners, whether we're actually the jurisdiction or not. Locally, we use DEQ down here for on-site septic. DEQ is coming under this idea that we are now the enforcement arm of DEQ, which that would be nice if that situation got cleared up a little. Yeah, I do believe someone from DEQ's here, so maybe they could relay that on that they are actually an enforcement agency.
I think
yeah.
I just left.
So yeah, it'd be nice if we got some better communication. If you're the latest on about landowners. See, we got a DEQ guy on here still. So yeah, and
It's not that. It's the wrong part.
we actually help Don out because we do have 2 emergency managers, or 2 people in our emergency management. We got 2 planners, full-time planners here. We got 2 emergency managers. So yeah, if they want to work with Don, or Don wants to work with them, we could easily give them their contacts. And yeah, we are definitely in the mood around here not to have a local catastrophe like in Chris again. So yep, and we're looking forward to some state cooperation of communicating with us before we implement large scale projects without using us FYI, hey, we're doing this. So yep. And it would be nice, I would say, money to solve the situation, but I know money's not going to solve every situation, but it would be nice if maybe there was some sort of actual concept that, again, the Director Bacon's level with State Forest or Makamoto about this forest resiliency project or concept that the state forestry is now pushing forward, and how that relates with go forward, because that's going to get confusing to explain when they're off over here, and then we tell all the landowners, hey, your zone forest, you can't use it for this. But by the way, I don't know if you guys use it for forestry, which is the whole purpose of that zone. So
I think we're.
yeah.
The short version of that was that the state agency coordination could be better for those on.
Yep.
We used to, I feel like we used to have a little bit better state.
Yeah.
Kind of lost that, so.
And your favorite color?
Yeah, that'd be green also.
All right, well, that's a hard act to follow. But I'm Dana Nichols, the planning manager for the city of Bandon. My favorite color is orange. And I have just a couple updates. So we did like I think everyone else was talking about at the last meeting, we did an update to our vacation rental dwelling code, which further clarified how we have this really wacky rate in which you're saturated of a certain amount, and so we clarified that calculation because it's very confusing to everybody. In that clarification, we sort of further limited it as well. And we signed a contract with a company to do some compliance of vacation rentals. So they are able to look through 56 different websites for anyone who's operating a vacation rental and notify us of any new application or any new postings on a site, which has been really helpful. We have found
plenty of illegal vacation rentals, and with the click of a button, we can send them a compliance letter, which is really helpful. So if anyone's looking for something like that, I'm happy to chat with you about it. There's also a 24/7 hotline. So when before we would say, well, code compliance doesn't work on weekends and we can't deal with all these issues that are coming up, we can now make sure that when we approve a conditional use permit, they're actually following the rules. Another, I would latch on to the buy-off thing too. I was laughing with Clay that I remember in 2016 at my first meeting, somebody talked about it and I was like, buy-off, and then zoned out for the rest of that conversation. Because I had no idea what it meant. And now that I'm reading into it, I'm having a minor panic attack. So it would be great if we could get some additional information about how that affects us here.
What are you talking about? Can you just explain it?
I would not be qualified to explain it, but I think it's that there was a decision made. Wait, is someone else here more qualified to? Maybe. Okay. So help me out. If I can
I can chime in if you want.
Oh, yeah, man.
Oh, Amanda.
Amanda?
Yeah, so let me get my screen sharing happen again. So the BIOP is a biological opinion that was written by NOAA Office of Fisheries that basically told FEMA that their implementation of the National Flood Insurance Program in Oregon was not sufficient to prevent jeopardy to salmon. And then what we're seeing right now is, I wouldn't call it the tail end, but maybe close to the end of FEMA's strategy for addressing their responsibility under the Endangered Species Act to respond to the biological opinion and the reasonable prudent alternatives. They have a draft implementation plan that they've put out. It's a notice for comment, preparing for a drafting an environmental impact statement, like in a year-like timeframe, I think. But the information that's in the draft plan, yes, would be scary for local governments. At the same time, development in the floodplain is problematic for protecting salmon habitat. So something needs to be done, and the question is what and how and under whose authority and how that's implemented and enforced.
So then the other thing on my list would be housing. So we are working on a number of housing projects. We're working with the school here to rezone some land for residential to help them with the workforce housing project. We also have a partnership with the folks at Abandoned Dunes where they've purchased about 20 acres of land that we're looking to partner with them on for housing. And I guess in general, we're trying to make we're calling them low-hanging fruit housing updates where we can increase the size of accessory dwelling units or allow them with lesser setbacks or just allow more of them, allowing more multifamily development in certain zones. We're just trying to find ways that we can work. What we're hearing from people is they want to build housing, but some of our codes are slightly restrictive. And so we're just doing what we can that's sort of quick, easy, fast, before we dig into deeper than that. One of the things that's come up though is our limited infrastructure. So with a lot of our projects, we're finding we get through the sort of zoning compliance approval process, and then we're like, oh, we don't have great fire flow in that area, and that's to require us to upgrade a water pipe. Or we had housing development that wanted us to be able to guarantee that we could serve 500 new houses in the next couple of years. We can't do that. We just don't have the infrastructure for it. So I'm feeling a little bit of the crunch between like this need for housing and the push from the state to have housing production. And then also the reality is we just don't have the money here or the ability to serve it with the infrastructure that we have. So that's affecting both residential projects and commercial projects. It's a bummer. And then our city council and our planning commission are meeting in May. We started to do like an annual work program with them so that we're making sure we're not taking on too many different projects. But they are looking at some, I think some fun stuff. We have a rezone of a property or kind of a rezone of a property where they want to do a large scale aquaculture, more industrial sites. It's an exciting thing coming up. And then they'll be looking again at housing. We're fortunate to get some money to work on our beaches and dunes and shoreland overlay. So we're looking at lots of coastal and then also residential updates as.
Thanks.
I'm from Berkeley, but we have 4 people who would like to.
Well, you were shot and okay for us to skip, okay. I'm Joseph, I'm the planning tech with the city of Port Orford. I am still very new. I've only been doing it 2 months, and so a lot of what I'm doing is just learning. Right now we're working on our own short-term rental projects, and other things have been cuts. There's some partitions and some adjustments. All of this has been made harder because our surgery is currently in a water moratorium. So it is having water flow problems, and we aren't allowing new people or expanded use on existing hookups. So any person who wants to do development in our city right now basically has to put a well on their property, which was made more difficult by the fact that the provision that the city council initially wrote did not actually specify that that would be done. So now it needs to be revised a little bit. That's I think all I really have, other than my favorite color is the Xantium.
This is interesting. I'm gonna actually write that one down.
How do you spell that?
YCANTIUM. It's purple. It's called Xantium because it's just.
Your ex-shell. Your ex-shell died from the. That's the colors of your head.
The local, yes.
Okay. Okay, are we, so, okay,
My name is Derek Small. I'm planner 1 from the city of East Bay. I came here totally unprepared to speak, so I'm sorry if I sound very nervous.
that's okay, but to make you more nervous, could you speak up a little louder?
I'm a new resident of Oregon. I've been here for about 6 months. I'm a transfer from New Hampshire. This whole planning thing is all still very new to me. I come from an architectural background. I've been working as a city planner 1 for about 4 or 5 months now, give or take. I really like the differences between here and back. It seems like you guys are very progressive in terms of your energy efficiency, things of that nature. I think back home, we actually turned down hydroelectricity in Canada, so not too great. But I'm excited to take a more active role in local governments, and it's been a bit of a steep learning curve, but I think I'm about 95% of the way there now. A lot of code language and trying to learn different things right on the fly. But I've had an amazing teacher through Chelsea, and yeah, it's been an awesome experience so far, and I'm really excited to get more involved with different groups and activities, things of that sort. And my favorite color is lilac purple.
Oh, that's a good one. I will say that just when you think you're at 95%, you might realize you're at 40, just, yeah. No.
I would consider that 5 for me.
So I think I'm underestimated.
One woman of Parks and Recreation Department, natural resource specialist for the Ocean Shores and Recreation area. Louder, okay. We have a whole presentation about the ocean.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not my topics necessarily, but about our agency. I don't want to take up too much space, but I want to put our name up there and we're working on improving relationships between our state agency and local governments. For mostly for permitting, but if you guys ever have any questions about which jurisdiction or management, don't hesitate to reach out to anybody on our Ocean Shore team. Email us, call us, text us, anything. Are you in the district? Well, I do the whole. Oh, so the ocean shore, Kevin will give a presentation about the ocean shore, shortly, so we can answer more questions. So I just wanted to. For resource and questions and. Questions, better ask questions than that to happen.
Yes.
But we want to kind of, there's a lot of violations out there that. Before the other conversation earlier.
Hey, Laurel, can you give me your email address and I'll put it in the chat box?
Yeah, it's just laurel.com at oregon.gov. You can put it in there.
Okay.
So I have 2 L's and 2 N's.
Thank you. Yes, pardon?
2 L's and 2 N's. You can also just go to oregon.gov/plovers or oregon.gov/ocean shore and my contact information.
Just Google Laurel.
And I'm Greg Thielen, I'm on the planning commission for the children. And
Thank you for being here.
thank you for having me.
I'm Haley Sheldon. I'm the planner in Reedsport and in Cookfield. I think that the big news for Reedsport with 2 items. The first is if you've gone through Reedsport in the summer in the last couple of years, you've noticed a lot of traffic congestion because of what's known as the road diet, which is really traveling for pedestrian amenities. We have on the agenda for this evening actually an amendment to our TSP to sort of find a middle ground between the road diet and what they're proposing. We're adding northbound travel lanes, so that should help with congestion. During the tourist season, also in Reedsport, we have been so lucky to have a few developers who are developing a lot of housing units in Reedsport, so we actually have over 80 that are in construction, under construction now. And so Reedsport's done a really good job of handling that influx and building permits. We run our own building permit department and handling the really unprecedented level of permit applications. But we have noticed that people are waiting in line for that housing. And so we think we might take some of the people that work in your cities and have them living in some of those apartments in Reedsport, maybe commuting back and forth to these lines to stay and things like that. It's a local guy who actually was with the school in Reedsport and decided we wanted to come back and put investment too, and he's building lots of units. So that we got that in Cookfield. Cookfield is going through a big rebirth. I talked about this last time I was here. We're really leading into tourist amenities. So in the last 2 years, we have been funding 100% grant funded to build the bike and walking trails in the 100-acre woods. A lot of you have heard about that, and we're marketing that along with the ski run trails. We did a joint application with Coos County to extend what's called the River Walk to Johnson Mill Pond, which is about halfway between Cookfield and Myrtle Point. And we're just doing other little parks related things, lots of work in our community buildings, public restroom out by the entrance to River Walk where the porta potty stood for many years. So we're glad that's gone. And just kind of looking forward to hopefully being able to snag some of that, some of the economic benefit that's coming out of all of the tourists in Vanderbilt and European communities looking for to stop and right. We actually came up with what we think might be a good solution for food trucks. We took a few meetings. What I think we're ultimately going to adopt is code that requires the property owner, the business owner. So like the Quick Mart, right? They have this food truck in front of there. They would be able to get a land use approval for like a rectangle. And then it's their responsibility to deal with the food truck operator so that those operators aren't paying the license fee like for different times, right? To go to these different locations. And that way it's more of a land use decision and less of like a health and safety permitting decision, right? Actually, one of our planning commissioners came up with that. That was a great idea. We're writing that code now. Right now, they're all in license.
It's just water, for sure. But to their credit, we don't have specific code for them.
And what's your favorite color?
You know, I don't know, I'm not decisive enough for that.
I was gonna say, okay, so I'm with you, I just it's on the day and feeling. So I'm gonna tag on to Derek, the city of East Bay. They recently acknowledged their updated HMA. They did not accept, adopt it. They have problems that they could not overcome with the current rules and regulations that go into estimating population growth and wetland will not. They did, however, recently update adopted the housing production strategy. So we will be working on those measures. One includes implementing the MUFT program, multi-unit housing adaptation program. So that'll be coming down the pipe. Related to that HNA, the council is very eager to look into the city-county relationship with urban growth areas that were adopted, acknowledged years back. And what does that mean to the city if and when they want to expand their UDP, annex these areas to the focus being housing? What does that look like? We can't justify it today with a HDR analysis. So there are conversations happening around that. The city also is just now kickstarting what they call the Empire Area Blueprint, which is the planning process plan to help guide revitalization of that area in the city. And then I guess they have a large commercial development that's about to go in along Highway 101 and keep with kind of across the state village. So that's something exciting. Do you know what that? They have not yet released the tenants.
Mike Gray, for Department so typically, I'm kind of going into a lot of the work with Chris Blair. Where is one of my assistants with our habitat protection, habitat restoration, and he's unable to be here. So yes, preparing those, but appreciate being here, and also hopefully, hopefully we're not on your list of agency, but if we are, let us know. My understanding is this is a pretty constant communication. So I'll leave it that.
All right, I'm Derek Kane, City of North Bend Planning. Similar to East Bay, we're in the adoption process of our HMA and HBS. And similarly, we're having irreconcilable differences with our city council and the methodologies for projected housing need. We have roughly 100 unit development going in, and we know that it can be filled almost instantaneously, and that would fill half of our projected need. So there's some, at least anecdotal evidence that it's far too low, but we kind of have to do what we have to do for the state numbers. But we have got some good reception on the housing production strategy and implementation of our zoning code as it relates to that, with increasing some density and everything like that. That's being pretty well received, and it's made it through planning commission, so it's going to go before city council on May 9th. And my favorite color is blue today.
Okay, Jennifer Brown, Department of State Lands. It is my job to help you guys and facilitate communications between the Department of State Lands. And I'm not speaking loudly enough between the Department of State Lands and you. Especially if you're new, please get my card. If I cannot answer your question, which will happen from time to time, I will find someone who can. Other than that, I'm kind of the overseer or overlord of the statewide wetlands inventory and local wetlands inventories. And doing the outreach for the wetland land use notice process. Don't know what it is, please contact me, because it is the best way to get official comment on all your local land use applications that may interact with wetlands and waterways. But I did want to point out 3 GIS data sets that we are currently working on creating, 2 of which we've gotten EPA grants for. I don't know when we'll be able to roll them out to you, but it is because of conversations I have had with the planning community that we applied for these grants and are working on these data sets. So the first one is mapping in GIS all of the compensatory mitigation sites that we have ever permitted. Why is that important? Because the permit threshold in that area goes down to 0 cubic yards. Anything that happens in those areas needs a permit from the Department of State Lands. Wetland land use notice is one way you might find out where those are, but it really takes some extra communication to find out right now. So we want them on the SWI so you guys can identify them. The next one that we're working on, we can't actually, well, it just wouldn't be economically feasible to actually digitize every wetland and waterway that's been delineated in a wetland delineation report and approved. But what we are doing is creating the study areas for all delineations and determinations back to the beginning of PSL time. In those attributes will be a link to the final documents. So you will get the mapping there. You probably have them in your basement, in your files somewhere, because we send them to you in paper, but we want something. So those are the EPA grants. Hopefully the EPA will still support us to complete those. And in the case of the delineation and determination study area, we have just gone through rulemaking for the delineation report. The public review has been completed, and I was out of the office, so I don't know what happened there. However, one big new thing that we are requiring there is to get GIS for those delineated features in when the submittal, when people submit their wetland delineation report, they will also submit a GIS data set. If any changes need to be made, then we will get an updated GIS data set. The Rules Advisory Committee really wanted us to delay and phase in that requirement. So I'm assuming that those rules are going to go through to effectiveness, so they'll be effective June 1st of this year. But we will not start getting the GIS, for example, for the study area for 2 years. So the EPA grant, I'm writing the application right now to take that project all the way until we start getting those GIS
data sets, and then 5 years from June 1st of this year, we'll start getting the actual polygons of the wetlands and water is. That's all of it set. So. I have cards and always brochures. If you don't know me, please come and introduce yourself. Oh, well, it's kind of always been a agenda, so I'll stick with it.
Saber or Bree?
I was gonna say I'm going to go ahead and first.
Oh, you are, okay. You're on, Bree.
Sorry, took a while to get off mute. Just a couple updates from us. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Kind of the most immediate things that I think might be relevant to folks in the room is that we are in the process of updating our boundary for South Sioux Reserve. So we're hoping we're in the final kind of drafting stages of the environmental assessment that's required for that. I guess I should back up. The South Sioux Reserve, if you don't know, we're located down in the Coos Bay watershed, just near Charleston. And we're about 6,000 some acres, and we're going to be adding to our boundary about 1,000 or so acres that we already own and manage, but we've just acquired those since our last boundary was updated. So that's happening. And then the other thing is just with all of the federal funding, I know you all talked about it earlier from the funds that the LCD has. There's another entity in the room that was talking about that. But the reserve system is getting quite a bit of money through the bipartisan infrastructure law and through the Inflation Reduction Act for land acquisitions related to conservation, for habitat restoration, and really for any projects related to coastal resilience. So those are going to be available to us to apply for with partners. And so we just welcome any discussions with folks who might have project ideas on the South Coast that could use some funding. And I think I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Oh, thank you, Bree. Okay. Okay.
Well, I guess I can speak really quickly. I'm brand new to the school planning with the building department. And recently in October, the county closed the building department from the state board. So right now we are just trying to, first of all, move in with our family. Like on that end. But we are trying to mesh the different disciplines, I guess you could call it, together. And my personal goal is to streamline the permitting process. Make it easier for all of us to communicate. But first, we need to
Okay, hi everyone, I'm Laura Gable, I'm with the Oregon Department of Geology and Mineral Industries. I've worked with a number of you over the years on various, with the tsunami evacuation project. I just thought I would give you some of the highlights of what we've been working on recently. One of the big things are what we're calling tsunami and earthquake impact assessments, where we're using FEMA has this tool to quantify economic losses and fatalities, that sort of thing. And we're doing this on a community by community basis, and providing that information for you to help in because pretty disaster planning. And we have those available for every county except Curry, but it will be published very, very soon. We have the work done, it's just not out the door yet. I've been doing tsunami evacuation modeling with many of you. We're almost done with the whole state, and also if you go to the OregonTsunami.org, there's an online viewer, and we now have managed to get evacuation routing on that tool. So it doesn't just show you the tsunami mitigation zones, but you can get a specific route information for any location, and you can create a customized brochure that is printed on 8 by 11 sheet of paper with all the information on the backside of what to do and the earthquake. We also have a suite of evacuation maps and, obviously, put on one map on the website. We're trying to get out and about. We have a lot of funding from the National Zombie Program to be working on outreach. So if any of you are interested in working on mitigation strategies, want me to come and talk to planning commissions or board commissioners about, different shovel-ready projects that we can put together that have to do with some evacuation, that sort of thing, I'm available and probably available for that kind of stuff. If you have any questions about coastal geological hazards, people are working down the coastal erosion, landslide, that sort of thing. Yeah. Actually, the last thing I just heard last week that I was successful in acquiring funds through FEMA to do updated landslide mapping in Coos County. So that's Coos County, the last county to not have the Dogami method of mapping landslide using LiDAR data, like remote exercise. Here, look at their LiDAR and look for evidence of landslide topography and map that. So that will be happening starting this fall, I believe, full year. That's all areas.
We're pretty excited about taking that data and actually applying it to our transportation system plan. So that we identify areas in our roads that are susceptible to landslide and updating our tickets to allow for it's those. I'm for I'm new to the building department for I don't have much space. But I need space for this kind of thing.
Thank you. I'm Chief Doc Squire, the Confederated Tribe of Cusco and Juan Sayota. I'm probably the oldest person in this room. I'll be 72 next month. I've seen tribal history. In 1855, we signed a treaty with the federal government ceding 1.6 million acres of land to the federal government. We have never received anything for it. 99 years later, they terminated it. We fought for restoration for 33 years, and in 1984, we got a restoration back. So we've been reinstated as a tribe for 39 years. One of the things in our constitution is the protection of that 1.6 million we have. So all the problems that each county and city has, we see all those. Housing, in our administration office, we employ over 100 people. And throughout with our casino, we probably have another 600 people. And we definitely feel that situation out. Even to get somebody to come to our administration, they come and they look at the area and they love the area and they start looking at the housing, and then they start realizing what they're paying for the house. It really scares a lot of people off. We have been in the process of buying duplexes and apartments in the last few years. The housing is very important. But in almost those 72 years that I've been alive, I have seen so many things disappear. And everybody, what happens, what I heard on the news the other day is salmon fishing this year in the ocean and in the river is going to be almost non-existent. If it exists at all. And you could probably talk on that a little more. But that's a really sad thing. My mom grew up on Carlson Arm in Lakeside. And when she was a young person going down to 10 Mile Creek, you could walk across the sand and back. And what they did is there were so many fish coming into that lake that they actually put drift nets down where 10 Mile Creek goes out of the lake, and they would pull the fish for years and years. And that can. And they did that for so many years, and there's not much of a return there. One of our big projects, besides housing and trying to protect the natural resources, And, you know, here again, these are, a lot of these problems were caused by our ancestors not knowing any better. You know, by taking those wetlands and filling them in. And now, let's say 10 Mile Lake for a reason, when the creek comes in, it runs right into the lake, and the lakes are filling up. That's where part of that marine algae problem comes from. And before, you know, there was wetlands, and when there was a big storm and soil came down, it stayed in wetland. But all that stuff was blocked off and turned into for cows and whatever. And so those are the problems that we now face, and everybody in this room has to have the courage, patience, and endurance to figure those things out. And so, you know, definitely the tribe is involved in a lot. And if there's ever anything that you feel that we can help you with, you know, we're more than willing to have that conversation. And again, you know, all the people in this room, with your courage, patience, and endurance when you see a problem and trying to get it fixed. One of my big pet peeves is it's not usually the local people that you have a problem with. It's somebody from out of the state, or maybe even up in Portland, or even Salem, make a decision that should be made here locally. That's enough for that. Thank you very much, and it is truly an honor to be here. Thank you.
Do you have a favorite color, Chief?
Blue.
That's a tough one. My name is Taryn Waltwood. I'm with the Curry County Planning Department. I'll keep it short and sweet, but we have implemented a short-term rental permitting process as of September. I've been kind of heading up that committee. So that's where my focus is these days. And I think our main challenge right now is just the abundance of short-term rentals that we have existing on resource lands and how we determine what to do with those. And then the color show.
Okay, and then online, let's see, we heard from Bree. Rebecca. Or Nancy. Or are you all there? This computer, actually. Oh, Nancy does not have a mic. All right. Oh. Thank you, Nancy. Let's see, Roxanne. There she is.
Hi. Let me turn on my video here. So I think Sharon Barker is there from the city of Florence. And maybe she can help me a little bit if my memory is not right, because I don't live in Florence, but I do know that they are working on their housing implementation plan, and they are still working on their transportation system plan update. So that's pretty much the great big things that they've bitten off this past year, and they're working on as far, and also completing their staffing, because they just went through a round of hiring, so for the planning department. So we'll see what happens there, and how long I'll be helping them out as a contract planner. Thank you.
Did you want to add anything to that?
The only thing that I can think of to add is I have been with the city of Florence for 2 years, 2 years tomorrow. And what we are working on is the vegetation preservation. We're updating our code because right now we are with all of the new development, we're trying to keep our trees and our natural vegetation. It is very visible. We'll have road contractors come in and clear a lot. And we're working on updating the fines for this type of thing in the new plan. regulations. So that's been going on, where it's just about ready to run for the city council, so it won't be long, we'll be able to enforce that on our new revised code. Because Florence is a free city, and we need our trees and our and another thing that we're working on, which is just the, well, and we're also working on short-term rentals. And trying to, right now, we're trying to get a feel as to how many we have and what next. It's part of the housing education program. And so that's one of the things. And also food truck pods, we talked to Haley about that. Good. Well, we have food trucks all over the farms and stuff. And this is just a fun thing that we're doing now. And we're working on defining the colors for the Northwest color palette. And these colors are all commercial buildings have to be painted. We're trying to regulate the color palette. Right now, it just says Northwest color palette. You do Northwest color palette, and you don't know what exactly. And so, a little bit better, but we're recommending that. So that's all we have. There's probably a lot more. I'm the planning technician, so basically I just organize planners and things like that, keep everything flowing, and try to just get involved a little. But what's near to my heart is FEMA and then the wetlands.
Thank you. And I think Rebecca would be last if she's available.
Hi, this is Rebecca McCown with the Oregon Department of Forestry, and I'll be doing my update in a presentation, so.
I wasn't sure if you had anything else you wanted to just broadly talk about.
I know that we are working on the working with DEQ with regards to the coastal zone management plan. So kind of work with it with regards to our new rules. So that's coming up.
I'm sorry, we had a little interruption there. Could you repeat that?
Yes, I know that DEQ is working with DLCD with regards to the coastal zone management plan, and DEQ is talking with us every other month, giving us updates with regards to Cesara, and we're just moving forward on the private forest accord. So there's that connection.
Great, thank you. Okay, and we look forward to hearing from you this afternoon.
Great.
Well, we're actually back on time. Did we cover everything? Does everybody feel good? Are we going to have some conversations during lunch and everybody co-mingle? We do have a presentation. Alyssa's somewhere. Alyssa's going to talk about beach and dune ecology. It's going to be about 25 minutes. So what we're going to ask is for folks to pick up their lunches, come back. She'll give her presentation, and then we'll build in some time for her to eat lunch and you guys to chat or go outside or just enjoy. But I would really appreciate y'all giving her a listen. And when you have a moment, make sure you sign in. We need everybody's signatures who's here today. So, all right, go get lunch. Think it's self-explanatory.
Yes, except for Anne. I have yours. The report. Oh, it's just.
Right, everyone, you'll have some time after this. Alyssa is getting ready to go. All right.
You're more than welcome for the next 60 seconds to unravel, move papers, do whatever it is you need to open those again. Yes. More people are trickling in.
Unless you want to put in something different. I did it. You can do a presentation like why. There you go.
Okay. All right, well, to reiterate, my name is Alyssa Connolly Randazzo. I'm the Coastal Outreach Fellow for the Department of Land and Conservation Development. I started my fellowship in October 2022, and I'll be concluding it in September this year. Throughout this year-long opportunity, I am creating and developing educational tools or products so that various audiences can better understand and learn about Oregon's beaches and dunes, ecology and development history, and also to get a better understanding, especially for those who are unfamiliar with Goal 18. Land use planning Goal 18. So for this presentation, that's what exactly I'll be focusing on. I'll be helping identifying environments, their importance, information about the ecology, and again, the development history, as well as provide those details in Goal 18 and its objective for Oregon beaches and dunes. This presentation, I actually have it scheduled to present at several communities for the spring and summer months. If by the end of this presentation, you feel as though you have an event in your community or you know of an audience that might be interested, come speak with me, because then we'll schedule something before I leave in September. So without further ado, I'll continue with the presentation. So let's take a moment to understand that Oregon has a very diverse coastline where we find many different types of beaches surrounded by various landforms. However, a majority of this coastline, 72% exact, comprises of sandy beaches, making Goal 18, which addresses beaches and dunes, essential to land use planning for the coastline. This dynamic coastline is consistently changing. However, the formation of today's coastline is due to not only anthropogenic influence of more so recent development, but also from geological events that have happened thousands of years ago. So through the manipulation from development, it's changed the profile of the coastline again in recent years, while natural events from thousands of years ago shifted to what was thought to have naturally forming islands along the coastline. So before we further discuss land use and how it influences coastal environments, it's important to define these landforms, especially for community members. We know that beaches are located around bodies of water, which includes lakes and rivers, but we'll be focusing on oceanic beaches quite clearly. All beaches consist of sediment particles ranging in size from fine sand to bulky rock. And according to DLCD's rule, beaches are defined as gently sloping areas of loose material that consist of sand, gravel, cobble, and that extend landward from the low water line to a point where there's a definitive change in the material type. Or this can also be a landform change from other things such as the vegetation line. Dunes defined by DLCD are geographical landforms or hills or ridges that are developed by the movement of sand or sediment. This movement is caused by wind, but in some cases, such as coastal environments, movement of sediment can be caused by water, such as from oceanic currents. And like beaches, dunes are influenced naturally by natural and anthropogenic activity over time. Therefore, it is good to know the main components of a dune. And the profile of the dune includes the foreslope, which is the side of the dune facing the wind.
We have the crest, which is the highest point of the dune, and the slip face, which is the back end or the non-windward side, or for some nautical terms, leeward side of the dunes. There are several types of dunes that we are going to be focusing. Excuse me, there are several types of dunes, but we're going to focus on 4 dunes because they're pretty much the most important. These are the dunes that are the frontmost dune paralleling the beach and is most subjective to erosion, the growth from either wind or water. 4 dune can be categorized to be active, conditional, and an older dune based on how stable they are, and something which is something that is influenced by the density of the vegetation on the 4 dune. So, but what can we see after this 4 dune? Well, we can see quite a series of landforms, including other dunes that create a dune complex. We can also see housing or business and other forms of development just after the 4 dune. We actually see this on some 4 dunes in certain areas. And we can also see some low-lying flat areas known as deflation plains that seasonally flood. Now that we have a better understanding of what beaches and dunes are, we should understand their importance and why we need to better preserve them or keep better assessment and monitoring them. Both are the barrier between the land and the sea and have various functions. Dune height helps prevent flooding from high tides, such as the king tides or storm surges that I'm sure some of you experienced this past winter season. Both beaches and dunes reduce wave action comparatively to hard structures such as shoreline armoring. Beaches and dunes absorb more wave action compared to hard structures, while hard structures more so reflected adjacent areas and can have rippling effects to those adjacent areas causing, excuse me, I'm getting really tongue-tied, causing damages to areas including natural environments or even development of main roadways, downtowns, or even possibly homes. Another beneficial function of beaches and dunes is reducing erosion, a process in which sediment wears away or from the landform. Erosion prevention is essential for stabilizing landforms, especially for areas with development or in need of coastal access. With anthropogenic barriers of shoreline armoring, such as riprap, erosion rates are significantly higher and beach profiles eventually reduce or become a little bit shorter and more difficult for beach accessibility. So once again, as the barrier between the land and the sea, there's actually a significant nutrient exchange among beaches and dunes. Most importantly, these environments store what is known as blue carbon from the atmosphere. This emerging research assesses how tidal wetlands, such as dune environments, sequester carbon. While carbon storage is seen in various environments, tidal wetlands comparatively achieve this at a rate nearly 10 times higher. This is important as dunes and beaches shift and change either from natural events or from storm surges. They can release the stored carbon back into the atmosphere. The sequestering blue carbon is actually helped bolstered with the aid of a lot of vegetation among beaches and dunes. And this vegetation actually has an underground root system known as rhizomes. And this connects the shoots of grass to each other. And this not only helps with nutrient exchange, but it also helps in the function of anchoring those grass species further into the dune or into those coastal environments. Speaking about grass species, a little bit of an ecological lesson. So there is a native species known as American dune grass. I'm removing that for a reason, you'll see, which used to be well dispersed along Oregon's coast. However, it has a very low established rate, and the introduction of a lot of invasive grass species has led to it to be limited today. In fact, in most places you don't even see it at all. And folks can correct me if they've seen that elsewhere. Now, the reason why we have such little American dune grass is because of the introduction of European beach grass within the early 1900s. This species is actually known to be quick to establish and tends to be highly abundant and is seen all along the Oregon coast. And although this is an introduced species, it has been seen to help promote dune height which has been beneficial in recent years and in coming years it could be as well. And so another species that was introduced was the American beach grass, not to be confused with the native species, which is dune grass. I wish they had that a little bit more different for folks. So with this particular species, it doesn't establish as well as the European beach grass. However, it's still higher, quicker than the American dune grass. And this particular grass species has been observed to promote dune width, which again is pretty important for, especially for areas that have development after formed dunes or beyond the dunes. Due to the introduction of the two beach grass species, a hybrid has evolved from this. This hybrid grows taller compared to the parental species and has been observed to aid in dune growth height and width. Furthermore, it has been observed to be more competitive compared to its parental species and could become the predominant grass species we see among dunes in the years to come. But however, there is still more research being observed with the hybrid species. So understandably, this could be quite difficult to identify all these grass species. They all do look very similar. So the most distinctive way to identify them is to look at the ligule. So the ligule are the thin tissues at the base of the leaf, and depending upon the length of that ligule, we can identify that beach grass. And don't worry, I'll show a better picture than from this camouflage perspective. So in order from ligule length from shortest to longest, between, the American grasses, both the beach grass as well as the dune grass, have very short ligule length, only 1 to 2 millimeters, while the hybrid between the American and European beach grass has a ligule length of roughly 7 millimeters, so that's the intermittent length. And then the European beach grass has the longest, roughly 25 millimeters. So again, the longest, as you can see. And I'm using just common names. If you want to know those scientific names, we'll talk about that afterwards. And so probably one of the things that people may be curious to know is how to identify them between the Native American dune grass and the invasive American beach grass. It's only a millimeter difference. It's actually quite difficult. So in order to best identify, you would see the ligule length of the native to be just the thickness of 1 paper clip, while the introduced species is the thickness of roughly 2 paper clips. But as I mentioned earlier, the native dune grass has been essentially, I wouldn't say wiped out, that's too strong of a word, but we don't commonly see it too much on the Oregon coast these days due to the prevalence of the introduced species. However, don't feel as though you just need to use this presentation to help with your taxonomy. Thankfully, there are groups such as this one on Taxonomy, where you have experts reviewing pictures. So this could either be yourself or this could be community members. iNaturalist is a free program where people can essentially just take images with their phone, put it into this group, and then experts will reference it. These experts would include collaborators of DLCD from Coast Watch as well as Oregon State University. So people can help identify, people can get a better understanding of their taxonomy, but also this helps with a community science organization and where scientists or observers can get a better understanding of what beach grass and seagrass distribution is getting to be like in Oregon. I clicked on it, I'm sorry. It's that simple. So another important feature to our beaches and dunes is they do provide habitat for various wildlife. We can see some of them inhabit the sand of invertebrates such as crabs and clams. We can also see bird species that are here year-round, or we can also see migratory birds. There's bugs and insects among the vegetation that help supply the food for the primary consumers for a lot of other organisms. And of course, we can even see a range of mammals from small mice and rabbits and coyotes to even in some areas, if you've explored the northern coast area, we can even see some elk. In fact, certain beaches or dunes actually have regulations or restricted activity for the benefit of wildlife, the western snowy plover, an endangered species that reside and nest among several regions along the Oregon coast. This golf ball sized shorebird is well camouflaged among the sand despite the fact that it uses woody debris and some of the vegetation as refuge. This species prefers flat and open beaches. This could be, and Laurel can speak more about this, if she feels like that their tiny size, due to their tiny size, that topography or any sort of indent within the sand causes a struggle for them, especially for the chicks if they ever want to move around and get from place to place. And so as we approach the section addressing beach and dune land usage, I would like to provide some recognition of cultural context. Native people have resided and utilized beach and dune environments since time immemorial. We strongly encourage Oregonians and others to learn about the peoples indigenous to Oregon. And we encourage you to observe their resources that they provide to provide their knowledge and information. Now, between the natural beauty and the resources of the Oregon coast, the demand for, as we all know, to develop along the coast has increased in recent years. As towns and businesses expanded, so did the request to build among or even near the beaches and dunes, which influences change amongst these environments. Commonly, vegetation, including grasses, shrubs, and trees, have been removed from beaches and dunes for construction or renewal purposes. However, sediment from the dunes were less likely to be stabilized with the loss of vegetation and led to disrupted dune formation. Certain areas of development had to adapt to the change in landforms and resolve these problems of sediment loss by putting in jetties. However, jetties may not be the simple or single solution for every community. As some may know, a town called Bay Ocean was developed on a sand spit in Tillamook County in 1906. So this area right along here, this is an image of today. This community was short-lived, however, due to their own demise, because they did build a jetty. However, they only had the funds to build it on the northern side of this neighboring waterway or bay area. Due to that layout that actually caused a lot of accretion or sand to build up on the northern end and be eroded away from the town, and that eventually led to the Bay Ocean start falling into the sea within the 1920s, and with the last building standing in 1971, which was a garage. So as a review, beaches and dunes, they do serve a great importance for ecological as well as economical purposes. Additionally, they are highly dynamic environments and are influenced by natural and anthropogenic events. Therefore, future development, if any, among these landforms needs to be well prepared. Statewide Planning Goal 18 establishes guidelines to assess the conditions of beaches and dunes and apply regulations for development among them. Goal 18, it directs the need to conduct inventory of the resources available from beaches and dunes and uses collected information to clearly identify areas as well as monitor changes that occur. The majority of the inventory that is conducted is by collaborators from universities, from state agencies, as well as from some of the people in this room. Some of the inventory consists of comparing dunes with management activity to those without. While there may be some results indicating a correlation or a pattern at this moment, many of these studies are still assessing the actual causation of these results and if management activity is the main contributor or not. Another outcome for Goal 18 is information from these studies is to convey and educate the public in various formats, including interpretive signage, or among events, workshops, and hearings. One of the other projects that I'll be working on for the remainder of my fellowship is to actually put together a story map so that it can be a little bit more user-friendly and also be available once my fellowship concludes. So with Goal 18, we also see a set of policies and standards for land use. designed to protect, conserve, and restore resources. This does include natural and cultural resources. These guidelines also include requirements for land use practices among beaches and dunes to be enforced by counties and townships. A land use practice that is regulated under Goal 18 is shoreline armoring. This would be a layer of facing of protective mound of stones that's randomly placed to prevent erosion or scour or slough of a structure or embankment. While shoreline armoring can have its benefits, the hardening surface causes wave action to be reflected, which can influence adjacent areas, as I mentioned earlier, comparatively to beaches. This leads to a lot of those adjacent areas, or even those areas with armoring, to erode at a higher rate, where beach profiles, again, can change and become less accessible to people. Therefore, shoreline armoring is actually only permitted for older developments that were completed prior to 1977, which include natural resources, places of archaeological value, and as well as public facilities. Another land use practice that Goal 18 provides guidelines for is dune grading. This process consists of removing sand from the crest or the top part, reducing the height of the dune, aiming to prevent sand inundation to areas behind the dune or to maintain views. As we can see, like some communities may want to be cautious about the sand here. This person obviously extremely cautious about the sand. The guidelines for this type of practice ensure that the erosion and flooding protection qualities of dunes are not compromised, even though we're displacing a lot of sand. And with that, dune grading is only permitted for dunes in areas of development prior to 1977 or within the urban growth boundary, which I don't know what an urban growth boundary is, I hope. And before dune grading can even be approved, the city or county needs to submit a management plan addressing several components to the process. So first, proper research needs to support the height of the dune, and that is above 4 feet over the 100-year flood level. Second, the plan needs to assess the influence of grading for the entire shoreline area, not just lot by lot or just for one establishment, one single area, because as I shared, we have a very dynamic coastline and there could be a lot of influence to adjacent areas. Third, areas within that vicinity that need sediment or buildup should be identified, as the sand from the grading process can't actually leave the beach or core dune system. So where it might need to be removed from one area, it may be beneficial in a lot that's neighboring it. And lastly, the plan needs to address the methods for temporary or permanent stabilization of the dunes after the grading process. So this could include planting new vegetation, ensuring that vegetation has successful growth, and alternatives if that growth is not successful. So as the state continues to protect, conserve, and restore the natural and cultural resources provided by the beaches and dunes, we are encouraging individuals to participate in their own ways to bolster these efforts and to ensure that these very valuable landforms will be available in the short term as well as the long run for future generations. Once again, it is important to acknowledge that cultural resources exist everywhere. And it's possible that individuals may come across cultural resources or artifacts among beaches and dunes. And so with that, we want to help educate people as far as what to do in those rare cases. And that is to not disturb or move those artifacts or cultural resources, take pictures and records of the location of where the item is found. And that this information should be sent to the following email in which a person will be in contact with you as far as what to further do with that. As mentioned, beaches and dunes, again, are really dynamic and ever-changing from spontaneous events and as well as the accumulation of small impacts. So therefore, we are strongly encouraging people to use designated paths to access beaches and dunes. This is for safety precautions, but this is also in order to reduce the constant traffic in some areas that are in need of vegetation. And we're going to also keep people in mind that some areas do have restricted activity due to wildlife. And last, we are encouraging community members to be more involved in the inventory or community science studies related to beaches and dunes. There are a number of different projects associated not only with us, but with our partners at universities. One particular project that I do want to highlight is the Oregon King Tides project. These king tides are natural events and they're seen on the Oregon coast in the winter months, in which this consists of the highest of the high tides that are occurring due to the alignment of the sun, the moon, and the earth. And we ask folks to, first of all, safely enjoy and view this event, but to submit photos, providing us ground truth for our long-term monitoring analysis for us to get a better understanding of Oregon's coastline. And so with that, I'm going to wrap it up. My email is on top as far as if you want to contact me or if you have an interest as far as for me to present this. This presentation can be extended, it can be shortened depending on what the environment calls for. I'm also providing Rhiannon and Meg's, excuse me, contact information in case you have any particular questions as far as for what relates to your community in relation to Goal 18. With that, I'm open it for questions.
I think it's awesome that you spoke about archaeological sites. That's a really touchy thing, especially if it's on the beach and it's state property. You're really setting yourself up for some larger liability if you're the person digging in this.
That was a point in which so I have been communicating with a couple different tribes, and as far as what more information they would want to make sure is included, and that was one of the things. So I'm happy that I had the opportunity to present to them and that they provided me some really good feedback. So
Especially along the beaches, because those were the highways, the trails and stuff. So there were all these campsites. Probably about everywhere. Tribe had been here over 10,000 years. They probably touched every piece of ground you were able to see.
Is there any interest or desire in repopulating American grass? Or are people trying to rebuild? Or
I think there is interest in certain communities, and I know that there is there are some observations going on as far as how successful that could be. And I know that there are some groups that are trying to assess as far as more of a nursery for grasses, so that could be available for communities or for residents, so that if they want to encourage more dune height and growth, that will be the approach. But again, they'll kind of, when maybe trials like too little of a term, but as far as better assessing as far as how well that vegetation is going to survive in the long run. But there is interest.
Cool. Well, I'd love to learn more if you want to see any information about what other folks are doing.
Sure.
Thanks.
Anything else?
Yeah, I got a question.
Sure.
Are you guys doing a lot of research on which one's more important, goal 7 or goal 18, in regards to like the fire hazards being created by all the invasive species, especially European beach grasses? That's a 4-foot flame at least, so you can't do a direct attack on them like the wildland firefighting. That's something we are concerned with.
That is an excellent question. Deferring to Meg.
Can you ask it again, Chris?
I said, so is there like an actual direction state PLCD has in regards to which is more important, goal 7 or goal 18? Because European beach grass, for instance, has over 4-foot flame. You cannot have a wildland firefighter do a direct attack on that. So you guys can directly attack it, thus be farther back. I mean, we got development going in the beach too. It's obvious. We're doing it all the time in Beach County. So is there an actual, you guys have a strategy in place on which ones more should trump or what? Because the statewide goal is kind of vague on protecting vegetation. I mean, we're not trying to protect everything. I mean, we do that with the gravity, so.
I mean, yes, I think you bring up a good point, but like also the reality is that European beach grass is everywhere and it's very resilient, and it's a question of how much just like if you were trying to get rid of it, it would be a big undertaking. Like it would be a huge, manipulation of the dune, pesticides and herbicides and things like that. And, the American dune grass is generally grows at lower densities and like probably wouldn't stabilize the dunes for the protection of human development, which now exists, as well as the European beach grass. But I mean, I think the question you're bringing up about wildfire is definitely a bigger issue on the south coast, because there's also like gorse and scotch broom, and which are also extremely flammable. I think what we've seen other people take is the approach of like having buffers between the vegetation and development to make sure that there's like a little bit of a fire break. But I don't see them as being in conflict with each other, goal 7 and goal 18. I mean, goal 7 is really a planning process of evaluating hazards and then developing policies to try to reduce that hazard. And goal 18 does have, requirements about safe location. It doesn't say what kind of vegetation you need, just that you need to have it. But the reality is we have a lot of European beach grass, and I doubt it's going to go away anytime soon. So I think it kind of depends on what your management priority is in each of those sections of the coast. Like, are you managing for snowy plovers? Are you managing for erosion and flood protection? Are you managing for wildfire? There's like different approaches, and I think it kind of depends on what you're managing for. Hopefully that helps a little.
I was thinking more like in the view of writing findings, so.
Well, both goals are gonna apply.
Correct, yes, yes.
So you would have to address it on both levels.
Yeah,
I
but
mean, you're gonna you're gonna encourage native grasses to be placed for stabilization. But you're going to also encourage the non-native grasses to be removed if your setback area, whatever you determine that is.
And I mean, is I don't know the answer to this, but like the American dune grass, I don't know that it's less flammable.
I don't either.
Yeah, so I think it's gonna be a fire risk either way, no matter what kind of vegetation.
Fire drains,
Yeah.
It depends on what other rules are tied to the fire.
Usually it's gorse and scotch.
It's usually gorse, and that's usually what we're doing.
Right. I think getting more of the nurseries, which Alyssa was talking about, is helpful, because then at least there's an option to do other types of plants, whereas right now it feels like there's not any other option.
Are there any other questions? Anything online? Ma'am?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Online. Doesn't look like it, okay. I don't see you can breathe, so. All right. Oh, we've got about 5 minutes, and should be 10, but there's better be back in 1:25. You can stop recording. We're back online. Can you hear me online? Just a thumbs up or a happy face or. Yeah. Okay. So, for some reason, I thought I was later in the agenda, and here I happened to come right in front of me, so. We're gonna do a little exercise. After that lunch, I feel like I should do a lot of exercise, but, the coastal program is in the process of updating its strategic plan. So in theory, every 5 to 8 years, depending on how things went, the plan would be updated, and it has traditionally been an internal plan. So it's been what our program's doing, the thing, pretty concrete. It is really not about forward thinking, and it's not about the whole program in general. So we are looking at redoing how we do our strategic. And even right now, it's not at the place that I would like to see it, but we're in a little bit of a time is of the essence. So I guess what I will say is we're gonna do this in a little bit of baby steps. So we've gone from not really including anybody to now we're including our local government partners and our state agency partners for input and feedback. But ideally, it's actually kind of capturing the whole suite of the network, because in Oregon, the coastal management program includes state agencies and local governments. We are the only coastal management program that includes local governments within the network. A lot of that is because of the way our land use system is set up. And as far as I'm concerned, that makes us one of the strongest coastal management programs in the country. State programs may often look at what's happening at the local level, but the way we're set up, we have to look at your comprehensive plans and we have to look at your land use ordinances when we're talking about federal consistency, which is one of the carrots that we get having the coastal management program. So what I would like to do is just take some time and talk about where we are in our process. The first steps are right now. You are the first folks that are going to be talking with us about our strategic plan. And then I'm going to pull this up here. And then tomorrow, we're actually kicking off internally the process. And then Thursday, we'll meet with the North Coast. And then next week, I believe May 3rd, we'll be meeting with our network, our partner agencies. So this is really sort of going to help me, our guinea pigs, about how we're going to approach the North Coast and our agencies. So let me share this. It's funny, I can see me. I don't really enjoy looking at it. I will say one of the things about Zoom is that I think it makes people really start having a lot of self-conscious moments. I'll be sitting there and I'll be like, does my hair honestly look like that in real life or whatever the issue is? Okay. All right. So let me share this and get this going. It's just it's not a presentation as much as it is to give us just an opportunity to have. Pardon? Presentation. This one. Why I have all right. So this is our timeline. It's pretty aggressive. Part of the reason for that is we're a couple years late in putting this together. We were going to kick it off in April of 2020. A little event happened, sort of pushed us off for several years, and then we had a lot of transition happening. So now we're ready to go, but now we're also 3 years past the end of our strategic. So I have a small group of Rhiannon, Casey, and Claire helping pull together this timeline, but also the kickoff tomorrow for the internal meeting. And then we'll see that kind of grow. But we've been focused on this week. And so meeting with North and South and North Coast, as I mentioned in April, network partners in May. Then we'll be working on developing strategies, and we'll be coming back to network partners, which will be you and the state agencies along with our tribal partners. Looking at those strategies, then we will move into developing objectives and their actions and metrics. Then we'll be coming back to you at the fall meeting, September, October, as well as with state partners and our tribal partners. And then in December, sort of a final product. In between there may be some other touch points. So after today, when we go through this exercise, maybe reaching out to you to help with prioritization, and it'll just be in the form of a poll. Won't require a ton of work by any means, but it will be very useful for us to get your feedback on this. And there may be other touch points in the process as we move forward where we go, oh, you know what, we really feel like this would be a good place to get some feedback that we can't plan for right now, just don't know. We built some wiggle room into this. I will say out loud, December is an artificial date. That's a timeline, that's a deadline we're imposing on ourselves. But my feeling about strategic planning is that after a while, you just start going in circles and not really doing anything new. And we don't want to get to that point. We want to get this done, help it inform our next year's work plan, as well as, you know, any of the actions that come out of it that involve you all or the state agency partners. So December seems really good. It's going to give us an action-packed few months. I'm also going to say, which is not in here, but I also want to remind you that in September, we will be having our, I'm going to do the quote sign, which people online can't seem to do, the quote sign of site visit with NOAA. So some of you may have been interviewed by NOAA, may have received a survey to answer from NOAA, because the coastal management program is in its 5-year review period. So Meg, with the help of everybody else, pulled together a package which did a review of the last 5 years. There's a series of questions. Oh, I'm sorry, Amanda, she never was. Let me put my picture on. I just love it. There we go. There we go. If you want to see me. We are now in the process of them reviewing all the survey data. They're looking at the submittal that we made and submitted. And then they're going to come to town sometime in September. I believe it is the 3rd week in September. And they will be holding a meeting with staff. They will be holding a meeting with interested stakeholders. They may reach out to specific partners to speak with, and then they will meet with our director and leadership team to go over the results of that. And things that can come out of this process are, they have some recommendations for maybe doing things better or thinking about things differently, or hey, this is an emerging topic, we'd like to see you put some energy into this over the next 5 years. They could come out with findings where they say, we do not feel that over the last 5 years, you've made adequate progress on a certain topic. And if they issue a finding, then we actually have to develop a work plan and have metrics and benchmarks that we need to meet to show that we're in fact moving the dial. So we definitely don't shoot for findings. Recommendations are great. It helps strengthen the program. Not really sure what to expect out of this one. We've had a lot of transition during this period, but I think that we put together a very compelling package. But that will be some other opportunity for you all to engage with the program on a higher level. So just want to give that to you as something that's going to be coming down the road where we're going to need your your input as well, so. So what we'd like to take, I'm sorry. We'd just like to take a little bit of time, and Mandy, I'm gonna need you to watch the chat for one thing. As we're gonna do little exercise with you guys, talking about visioning and values. So,
Oh, you're no longer seen by the room camera right now, but I guess it doesn't matter.
I never was. Okay, I'm honest. I know every time it started coming towards me, I bet. We'd just like to do a brainstorming session with everybody. Talking about the visions for the coastal management program, visions for the coast, because that's really why we're here. Visions for what we will look like as a coastal program, as coastal communities over the next 20 years. And it's intended to be the yippee part of this, right? Where do we want to end up? And so it's aspirational, but it's feasible. Like, we're not going to solve sea level rise, right? So it's got to be feasible, but it's also, I love these planning efforts, but broad enough to include all of the goals. Well, we'll work through that as we're developing goals, and then really thinking about life strategically. And then all of this is supposed to be captured in a sentence, right? So, so what we're going to do is, I just like to brainstorm with you. We've got a couple kind of prompting questions. What's the main purpose of the coastal management program? Why does what we all do matter? How are we making a difference?
Is this limited to goal to 19 goals, or is this limited to goal 15 to 19?
Well, 15 doesn't count.
Or I mean 16.
Thankfully 15 doesn't count. 16. Well, you know what? I'm gonna say in the vision, no, it's open to all. Then when we get down to what we actually do, it's probably gonna ratchet down a little bit. But you can't divorce housing from the coastal conversation, right? So then the question is how, as a coastal management program, do we reconcile that? And what does our role in the housing conversation look like? So that could, yeah, right now, all open. No wrong words, unless they're swear words. And even then, if they're good, I might still write them down. But
Do you want to be seen by the people on that?
I'm sure they can see me.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I can sing it. Okay, as I said, it's created a whole group of narcissists this week. So, so how do we want to make a difference on the coast? What impact do we want to have on the coast? What are our needs and wants on the coast for a coastal program? So you can be thinking about it in a number of ways. The one thing I would just ask is this, as I'm writing it down, if you're thinking about the program, I'd like you to kind of delineate, here's what our coastal community needs, here's what a program is, and remembering that you're all part of that program. So when you think about the coast 20 years down, and that's sort of the timeline that we're looking at, that's one that feels manageable. We've talked about 50 years, but I won't be here, so it seems hard to think about it. So 20 years, and just kind of talking about, what do we want the coast to be? What do we want this program to be doing? How do we see this coastal management program moving the dial, a positive change in our coastal, with our coastal resources, with coastal partners? I am not opposed to the Socratic method either, so yes.
We want to see safe, efficient development.
Safe, efficient development. Okay.
That promotes coastal.
That promotes.
Coastal elements.
Okay.
Balanced industry.
Balanced industries. Can you maybe give me just a little example of what you're talking about?
Well, I don't think anybody wants to throw like industrial uses out the door, but we also want to acknowledge, like, want to capitalize on tourism and the natural resources and all of that. So just being able to promote all of the above, balance.
Yeah.
And environment.
Okay. Just in case folks on the call can't hear, not throwing industrial uses out the door, but also recognizing there are other economic opportunities, tourism, we have natural resources, and just finding a way to reconcile really those. Yep. Okay.
I think we need an understanding at all levels.
Understanding of all levels about.
Understanding of all levels.
Oh, of all levels. Okay. Sorry. All right.
I mean, that goes from the citizens to, yes,
Yep. Citizens to decision makers. Yep. All right.
I'd like to see more thinking about sustainability as part of planning.
Okay.
Because I don't see that always part.
Sustainability as part of planning. Good one.
I'm speaking more as a coastal resident than a professional.
That's fine.
But, industry, tourism and development, all, working with the well-being of the local communities. Instead of, taking away from.
Industry, tourism, and development, working with the communities.
Is it working with or for fix? So,
Yep. With or for, great.
I don't know how to express it, the comment about sustainability is that looking at the hidden costs that are often associated with industry development. How do we capture those hidden costs after something's left?
So how do we capture the hidden cost of industry, tourism, and development as opposed to getting hit with them in the face after? Okay.
maybe trying to be a little bit more productive or
recognizing that each coastal jurisdiction may have their own development.
Is it safe to take that a step further and say recognize the uniqueness of each of the coastal communities? Okay.
And I'm going to tell you, I don't know how you build that.
I would say though that, I mean, just to fill out some meat on the bone that you're describing is that VLCD helped our community last year with some data and mapping to help us understand some of those issues of like, what would it mean to have more development in our drinking watershed? What does that look like? And it's the kind of thing we couldn't put together, but somebody who had access to GIS knowledge could help us with that. So isn't that exactly what you're saying? How can an agency help to think these things through? But we have to have the context to be able to even, those are some of the questions that a community might face, but there's no format to really deal with it. So, but that's very.
And then to build on that a little bit, a lot of times we segment out different permitting processes, right? But we don't look at them as a holistic process.
So
Holistic planning. So you have to consider water, on-site septic, building, all of it. And we need to incorporate the big picture.
need to incorporate the big picture. What's that big picture?
Well, it's more than just the here and now.
Yep.
I mean, all the planning we do, we do very real planning for any other scenario we ever.
Yeah, that hurts my heart a little bit, but it's true. It's true. And for people who are planners, It's that long range planning piece, which is probably why people got involved. And then you find yourself putting out fires every day, or that day-to-day planning that has to happen.
It plays over.
Yeah,
Well, it's
just sometimes.
it's reactive.
Yeah.
So you see that in housing, right?
Right.
Problem, we let the problem escalate to the point where now we're just reacting, trying to catch up. And a lot of that, I mean, when we lost periodic review, we kind of lost the way to make that happen.
Well, and it's always gonna be there, right? But part of the reason is you don't have the resources.
Right. Reasons that.
So resources, wouldn't a nice 20-year vision be everyone's
Yes.
fully funded, all the capacity you could ever want? Okay, that might not hit the feasible button there, but.
Like that is something that comes up a lot of different ways, but just mention it here. Serving the entire community, so those that, you know, are economically disadvantaged, historically underserved, not first, English is not their first language. Accessibility, when it comes to accessibility, those that maybe don't have a car or, computer. Yeah, so making sure that the technology and the outreach still meets the needs of the board.
And not just like technology disabilities, but just like mental or physical disabilities, like people with like seeing or hearing disability, they still need to have some way to understand like the laws and policies and things. Good. Also say that only tribal representative here now. Continue, and just like being along, like continued, if not like improved communication and collaboration with the tribes on the coast, because like I've only been here for less than a year, but I just like hearing from people who have worked for decades. I can only imagine like the improvement of communication that has happened 20 years ago with the tribes to now, and just thinking of what, like a lot of people in this room, like you all do a great job. Thank you for sending me all your emails and everything. It's very much appreciated. And hopefully like as you all get like better capacity, we'll get like better capacity and get full funding, and we all have different, and I don't speak for all the tribes, I'm just saying in very general terms. We all do have like the same like departments, entities as like state agencies, the federal agency, like I'm in cultural resources, but we collaborate a lot with our natural resources. We have like a planning department. We have our administrative, like higher government level that like there's a lot of people that have their own projects and their own goals and frustrations that, yeah, just we all just, like I said earlier, want to be on the same team and work towards the same thing. So, you know, just continued collaboration with the tribes, because there's always room for improvement.
Yep.
Risk reduction.
Risk reduction? What's that mean? Hazards or?
Yeah.
Okay. Great. The other big overarching pieces that we need to capture?
Protection.
Protection?
I was gonna say protection and infrastructure to go with the hazard.
Okay. Counselor?
I was just gonna say that if you were thinking about like the next couple of years, I would just pick up on what Andy Lanier was talking about earlier, that there is going to be on the very south coast, a lot of stuff related to offshore wind development. And that's gonna be a new thing that's gonna require capacity of your agency expertise to help the communities, because that could potentially be age. So if you're having a plan, maybe it's gonna be something that'll feel like it's coming from left field, but there will be need for capacity to do it.
Better understanding of like how cultural resources work, and like archaeological sites, not necessarily mapping them out for planners to like go through and dig out and include around, but archaeological laws
tend to be lesser known or understood than others. And like, as like the offshore wind development, like there's always sites right along the coast, like, but Alyssa was kind of saying it's just, there are sites everywhere that you have to be careful of where you're building your homes, putting that cable through, that, like, yes, it can affect the plovers and the other natural resources, but there are archaeological sites and gathering sites, like gathering for like seagrass, eelgrass, or like basketry materials, those more like living cultural resources, just have people have that understanding.
Just to, if I can add on to that, just, I know Jeff can vouch for this too, just in processing federal consistency permits with the port. I mean, that is one of the top items in a package for a permit, is looking at the cultural items and all of that. So that is documented to everybody out there.
Yeah.
But not everybody understands that.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Anything else?
Transparent policy making.
Transparent policy making. Kind of gets to your point earlier, Chris.
What's that about transparency?
That's great to hear. Eric said that maybe not, and I know you are in the council and it's kind of possible, but transparent policy making not reach to agencies all great, but also to invest industries, and people that are actually operating industries on the coast, like they're not going to listen to you, it's your government, and there's a message. But there's got to be some way to engage those people and understand how this will impact them before you read it in the newspaper.
Right. So outreach, whatever that looks like, to the people actually affected on the ground by the policies.
Yeah, cannery operators.
Private contractors.
This might be too much plans, but maybe it's really looking at that as a building more capacity around these. Because right, as we said, the deafness of, governments and private industry, easily might be the way to go for that, the way to go. But maybe that's capacity.
Yeah.
Or
Okay, communications. Relationships. Education, did I hear that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how to state it, but I think commonalities, I think groups like this are important. We don't necessarily meet a lot of new people every time that we remember their names and stuff, but the fact of being in this room and having a commonality gives us confidence and understanding that we wouldn't otherwise have.
Yep. You realize you're not alone too, right? Like issues you're facing, you may look at them differently. No. Okay. Yes.
I don't know if this is too specific, but this is something that's come to my attention since doing research on short-term rentals and the effects in the community. And I think the larger topic would be critical mass of a community. What it takes to have a functioning community, to have a volunteer fire department. People who serve on the planning commission, are willing to volunteer for city council. I think it may tie in with a lot of stuff, but if you just have, it may have to do with the diversity of different industries and ways of making a living. But if you all have all golf courses, if you have all resorts, if you have all, and there's no place for people to live, and it isn't even about affordable housing in the sense, if half of your houses are vacationers and another 10-20% are short-term rentals, and then how do you have a town?
Yeah, right.
What's your tax base? How do, so I would like to see, so I was wishing, so when I was doing research, I was looking for what other towns had done. It would have been really cool if there was some sort of a clearing, if the state had a, like, this is what you have to have a town. You're not gonna have a town.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say that, but it's an issue.
Well, and it's not that you're really trying to focus on your round residents
Well, yeah.
versus the per year residents, whereas I think a lot of times those get lumped together.
They do.
Right.
Yeah.
So maybe it's, for some of those metrics, trying to build density, separate them so that you look at more of those central services.
Long-term residents will be.
And I think it's the word community versus, I mean, it's not just development, how many housing units.
It's not residents,
The
yeah.
concept of what does it take to have a, rather than just a certain number of housing.
So in all of our housing studies, we struggle with this because there is no data that really talks about that seasonal housing.
Yes. It's a glaring omission in many parts of the state.
It is, and we keep kind of kicking it down the
Yeah.
road and ignoring it, and saying, oh, well, it serves a certain economic. But does it? We don't know that.
And the problem is you need to plan for it, right? You need to plan for that July 4th at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But that only happens 3 months out of the year.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that something that VLCT or maybe Portland State is looking at is so there's currently like a fervor around vacation rentals.
Mhm.
It's just like a hot topic. And the assumption is that vacation rentals need housing stock.
Right.
The document, the data that we have is about seasonal occupancy, which is completely different. Well, not completely different, but it is not synonymous with vacation rental. So we've got all these communities that are just these hot people and no data upon which to base our decision. And one of the things I would love to see is something to where we can reconcile the economic benefit for communities of having housing for people who are staying in your community. And that economic benefit, what it does to the economy, how it gives people money to buy mortgages and live there and all that kind of stuff, right? A city like Bridgeport can move towards the model of Newport, right? We're not talking about any of that. Instead, we're talking about other stuff that's sort of beneath us. It's not my backyard garbage. What are we gonna look? Is someone looking at that? Like, I don't know.
I'm happy to say that's someone else's department, but
What their planning department is concentrating on is short-term rental. And I'm like, that. And, you know, we got a lot of infrastructure issues, real big.
It's because it became completely political.
yeah.
And so where is it, at that point, usually, you know, we start going towards the data, and that's a great thing about what we all do here, right? So maybe there's like someone we can write to, or.
Well, I know that, how about I follow up on that? We'll follow up on that and at least get it.
Is working on
Yeah,
that.
I was gonna say Stockmeyer's working on it. He is the new housing manager and that's his job. So I'm gonna tell him he better get on it because we got coastal people who need to know this stuff.
Yes, he's aware. We're gonna pass that point.
Yeah.
Regulations, because right now we've got the entire city council that in their crosshairs, and it, in my opinion, could really negatively impact something that could benefit this space in a way that we don't understand.
I think the way it's, I think that it's become so political because it's tangible, right? Like you can do something about it. And, yeah, something, whatever that something is, and not really taking the time to step back because they want to show progress. And so this is something they can do easily.
I think it's actually something that's come to communities, though. I mean, we had our developers calling our community and saying, oh, I hear you don't have any regulations. We'd like to buy up a bunch of property.
Oh, they have it.
From outside investors. So, I mean, it's maybe different in different
Yeah.
communities. And so, you know, I think there's a balance that, of course, everybody's.
This county, I always say it's Fanny's fault.
Yeah. I mean, so we have to do the county, so.
Collaboration, friendliness, congeniality. So that's an excellent list. Yes.
I was just gonna add on this, you have the first of all, but it sounds to me like planners need some tools and resources that will kind of set up a framework. What your community look like this, and these are this is what you how you structure things, you want to look like that, that's how you go through.
Right.
And if we sounds like that doesn't exist, then we need to start identifying where are the opportunities for partnerships and crosstalk that we can start identifying what those needs and requirements are. Yep. Probably, but also then through the coastal program.
Well, and I will tell you that the coastal program has a unique setup, right? So we do have these meetings in the spring, we have them in the fall. You don't see that for farm forest.
Yeah.
You don't see it for housing, the other goals have to get left out of that picture. So maybe it's having more of those regional meetings that are focused not just on.
Yes.
The Monty has been looking at how to differentiate different building stock. So whether primary residences versus vacation rentals versus like seasonal homeowners. And I don't know if that information is interesting one, but we did a deep dive in community in 2020. And we got DMV data in addition to a variety of other data sets. And we haven't done that data for every coastal community, but that's something that we could, you know, figure out a funding source to do that work with other communities. And I can give anybody the citation for the report that we put out. I can't think of the 5 communities off the top of my head. I think which one's on the top of it. Here's our Rockaway Beach from this, but yeah, we were really trying to parse out. I mean, ours is for the focus of the tsunami hazard impacts, but the point being, like, we look at 4th of July weekend. If the tsunami happened, you would have this many people in the communities, you would be having to support X number of people stuck in your community, X whatever, versus February, when they know 2 a.m., that sort of thing. So that's why we were trying to separate the population for this, but we did do some like stuff, we can do that for other communities along the coast.
So, well, we're having to turn over an enormous amount of data that gets over you. They're asking how many people live in this living facility now, residents, so that we follow up and ask them that. 8 people are records on vacation rentals.
You keep working on the legal web.
So. Oh dear, it's evolving, yes.
I'm just one thing I've seen in other places that get a lot of sort of seasonal tourists perhaps is trying to do more education for their don't harass wildlife, you know, this is, don't litter because, you know, our people are just trying to get some of those core messaging going, because as someone who's, you know, lives here, but also in other places, I've seen a lot of tourist resident conflicts. And then one of the places I've seen it go really well is parts of Hawaii, like one of the bays, you have to go through with the station. I know that that's not feasible for most of our coasts because we have a lot of entry points, but if we can figure out some of those choke points and maybe try and get some of that going, just because that way there's not as much, you know, conflict between people. Structure, you know, breaking into, you know, afterwards, and maybe just trying to be a little bit more, you know, look at the outreach, not for the people that are already bought in, which is required, but trying to get those people registered interested.
I think we have a good model in the tsunami conversation and how that information's made its way across the state, but that's a really good point. I'm taking a lot of liberties right now because I'm managed. But this is important. I really want to get this, and I grossly underestimated time, so everybody's glaring at me on my stuff. I'm sorry. Yes.
I just want to throw out like, oh, what about like starting to educate the school system?
Yeah.
for younger
Great place to do it.
As they grow up. Ready. They have to. It's all through her, we think, and I don't know how many kids every year, and like that, that's just how anyone who's switching who says they were a kid and exactly what grade they're in. Those kinds of things work.
They do. That's why we have recycling.
Take care of life.
It's not just that. But the problem is that people, kids from Portland think it's okay to whack the farm on top of the property. And I see that all the time, and try to.
I'll put that down in the strategic part, but that does get, I think that what you're saying is gonna lead to this next one. So we're just gonna fire out words about values. It can be a phrase or words, but the values that you want to bring to the coastal program to represent the coast. We've talked about a few. There's some already captured in here, which I'm happy to pull out. Pardon?
Respect for the environment.
Respect for the environment.
Accountability.
That's good one. Okay.
Like someone mentioned earlier, like respect for the people who live here, both just like locals and again, putting my tribal hat on, like people who have lived here for time immemorial and just respect how they work.
Yes. Thank you. So, yep, sustainability, Jill, and Moses.
Respect of process.
Respect of process. Oh, you're asking a lot.
It's true. I mean, the whole reason that Oregon has rankings is because of the value.
Yep. Anything else? Moses, sorry.
What I've heard a lot talking to folks up and down the coast is community interconnectedness is what I call it.
Okay.
You know, I've heard a lot about that, particularly down in the Deal area and other filming. That, you know, everybody, the communities are small and everybody wears, you know, 6 or 7 different hats. And so when there's a hazard or a crisis or a need, then you're taking off one hat, putting on the other, you're rushing to help everybody. And that's a really big community strength, but then also in time of crisis that could be a weakness. Because 1 or 2 people can't get somewhere, and then they're all part. So strengthening those community bonds.
Okay. Anything else? People, good one. Transparency, good one.
Proactivity.
Okay. I feel like once I started saying good one, I have to say a problem. Good one.
This might not be the right word, but it's the only word that's coming to mind, like hospitality. Sure. Like you want people, you don't want to give off the impression that you don't want people to develop. You want to welcome people and make them feel comfortable and invited. So not hospitality and like, oh, build hotels.
Can include in that. So in being inclusive, whether it's about that or anything else.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. You're going to be part of this. You already are. And really appreciate this. you've given us a lot to chew on. And within this, just to kind of break it up, there's visioning pieces in here, there's actually strategic pieces in here, some actual action plan pieces are in here, so we'll pull those apart and break it down to the visioning piece and then the rest. But this was fabulous. Really appreciate this. So, who's that?
I'm curious when you take.
Yes. You know, we'll definitely be keeping track of them separately, so I am happy to share that comparison. You all would like to see that.
But I'll tell you, so many of the things, and I'm pleased to be able to join you all at the South Coast, to be part of the reason why I come down. And there's so many of the same issues that you're talking about,
Right.
are same types of issues we showed up with. There's so many similarities. You hear that when everyone comes together in Florence. And I was a local planner before I came to work at PLCD, and that's one of the things I actually love is coming to the Florence meetings. You got to hear a little bit more. And you're sharing a whole lot of the same problems and can share ways to be able to find successes.
Private forest accord, is that Rebecca? Rebecca?
Before we move on.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry, Chris. Oh, yes, I told Chris we would do this. I didn't write it down, hence it left my mind.
Okay, but it's related.
Yes.
So I am doing a climate change vulnerability assessment that I have been for the last 2 years. And sorry for the mask, I'm taking care of a vulnerable person. But anyway, I have a survey open to talk about how, help me understand how climate change affects people and their values and all the stuff we were just talking about. And it is open until the end of the month. And if you go to our website, to climate change, or our climate change vulnerability assessment link, the survey is there. And I invite you all to fill it out, pass it along. Open it to the end of the month.
It's a really good opportunity to get the coastal voice heard because this is a statewide.
Yes,
This is a statewide effort. So the more input from the coast, the more likely it is that it's going to provide some benefits for us in the future.
Yes, and in fact, I did 12 workshops and I only did one on the coast. So, yeah, we really like to get a more coastal perspective.
How long a survey is?
It takes about 15, 20 minutes. Depending on how thoughtful you are.
And where?
If you go to the DLCD website, maybe don't bring it up. Possible or there.
We'll send a link.
We'll send a link
out tonight.
Yep.
I would add, I did it and I saw that website and I thought, wow, this is a really thoughtful, great website. So it's kind of an interesting question.
Yeah, so my intention with this vulnerability assessment was to look at it from a person people perspective. Which we have a lot of information about infrastructure and natural resources, but not very much about people. So that's where, yeah, I'm trying to feel.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, Rebecca.
Can I provide an introduction for Rebecca?
Sure can.
All right. So Rebecca is a riparian and aquatic specialist for the Oregon Department of Forestry. And she's here today to talk about the private forest accord. And this work is of particular interest to our coastal management program, because as Lisa mentioned earlier today, our current disapproved status of our coastal non-point pollution control program is the reason for significant reductions in our grants. The water quality protection measures that are kind of the core of the forest accord overlap like super neatly with the conditions of approval for our coastal non-point program. So for the sake of the salmon and our program, we're excited to hear about the progress towards meeting the objectives of the Oregon Forest Accord.
Can you guys see the screen?
We can.
Okay. Thank you for the introduction. Okay, so yes, my name is Rebecca McCown and I'm been here with ODF for a little over a year. Okay, today I will give you an overview of the recently adopted Forest Practices Act rules and new programs. Sorry, I'm figuring out how to work this. Okay. The new rules and programs are focused on enhancing water and riparian protection during forest operations. There are new water protection rules, new road rules, and rules associated with harvesting on steep slopes. New programs, in addition, around a restructured compliance monitoring program, a new small forest owner office, an adaptive management program, and the private forest accord and resulting rule changes will go into effect January 1, 2024. The riparian rules for industrial forestry will go into effect July 1, 2023. For some reason, it won't advance there. Okay. So why the changes? The new and revised rules and programs were designed to demonstrate Oregon's ability to achieve the biological goals and objectives of a habitat conservation plan for aquatic species on private forest land in Oregon. The Aquatic Habitat Conservation Plan will improve protection for listed aquatic and riparian dependent species on private forest lands in Oregon, provide regulatory assurance under the Endangered Species Act, and provide legal protection under the ESA for landowners and operators performing covered work in the permit area. Here are the species that would be covered under a habitat conservation plan. You can see we have the salmon, including coho and chinook, in addition to a few other fish, and also 5 stream amphibians. The purpose of the new rules and programs laid out in the private forest accord are to enable ODF to obtain an incidental take permit under the Endangered Species Act. We have until December 31st, 2027 to obtain an incidental take permit. There is an HCP steering committee helping guiding the process. The committee has representation from ODF, DEQ, ODFW, NOAA, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We also have private forest accord authors that were leads assisting with the effort. A very first administrative draft HCP was submitted to the services in December of 2022. We will be working with the contractors and steering committee over the next few years to fully develop an HCP. We are aiming to have a second administrative draft by the third quarter of 2024. The NEPA process is tentatively scheduled to begin at the end of 2024. But again, we first need a habitat conservation plan. Okay. The services issue the incidental take permit to ODF. ODF will hold the incidental take permit, and ODF administers the HCP through the Forest Practices Act and rules. As a result, landowners receive ESA regulatory assurance through compliance with the Forest Practices Act. Now I will cover some of the new rules and programs. Now, know that we received these last year, so right now there's extensive education internally going on with these new rules with stewardship foresters, and then we will be going, we're going to start going out and doing trainings externally. In the new road construction rules, critical locations, which are areas near streams, wetlands, and steep slopes, must be avoided when there are other suitable options. Safety and greater potential risks to resources are some of the criteria that would be allowed a road to be located on critical locations. Written plans are required when roads are located on critical locations. The written plans must describe why other routes are not available. The department is directed to review written plans on site with appropriate qualified professionals within 14 days of receiving the plan. And appropriate professionals might include ODFW, DEQ, and a geotechnical specialist. We also have a new program, which is the Forest Road Inventory and Assessment. And I heard someone mention this earlier. It's a 20-year plan. This is going to be required for all landowners that have over 5,000 acres. In the first 5 years, they will create a comprehensive network inventory of the roads. And then the following 15 years, they will be required to correct road-related issues. I don't know why that keeps going forward. Sorry about that. So we require more trees retained on steep slopes. So we have new steep slope rules. Required to leave trees in designated flow traverse areas to help create and maintain high quality habitat. Leave trees in slope retention areas. And leave trees on a subset of steep, which is greater than 70% slopes, immediately adjacent to specific stream types. So I just said 3 new words there that are terms, what's designated flow traverse area, there's slope retention areas. And again, we will be going out to the public and educating folks on these terms. We also have notification of completion of an operation. This is new. In Division 629 in the rules, it is now required for landowners to report the outcome of a notification of operation by the end of the calendar year for which an activity has been completed. The goal of this rule is to improve the compliance monitoring program implementation by requiring landowners to report to the state forester of completed operations for which they have notified. Currently, this is not required. When we pull a population set to assess compliance for a given rule set, we do not know whether they actually occurred. In addition to this rule, the landowners will now have to accommodate ODF monitoring staff to allow them access to their sites, of course, coordinating access with landowners and operators. They also now have an adaptive management program. This determines if the forestry practices meet the goals to protect natural resources. The Adaptive Management Program Committee has been formed, which will guide the overall policy and process, and it advises the Board of Forestry. They've also are creating an independent research and science team, which will actually do the effectiveness monitoring. And the information that comes from the independent research and science team then will go back to the Adaptive Management Committee, and that will make recommendations to the Board of Forestry in terms of supporting policy decisions. They've also created a new mitigation program. So with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, there is now a committee to fund projects to help aquatic species through restoration of degraded habitat to natural conditions and function, land preservation, enhancement of habitat, and threat reduction or elimination. So there's going to be a pot of money in which folks will be able to apply for funding. In addition, the Private Forest Accord recognized that small forest land owners are inherently different than industrial landowners in their capabilities, property locations, and size. So small forest owner values and manage their property for a variety of benefits, including but not limited to timber production. The purpose is to provide landowner assistance for small forest landowners. We're going to be establishing a small forest land investment and stream habitat program, which establishes forest conservation tax credit for certain practices and promote the leveraging of other programs and provide additional field foresters to assist landowners. So the SFISH, which is the small forest land investment and stream habitat, if a landowner identifies a culvert that is not properly functioning on their property, they can apply for SFISH funding and have the whole project funded if it has listed species and is ranked as high priority. So to be a small forest landowner, which is a self-certification process, the landowner has to own less than 5,000 acres of forest land, have harvested no more than 2 million board feet averaged annually over the last 3 years, and not intending to remove more than 2 million board feet annually over the next 10 years. And here's the timeline. So I had mentioned that all the rules go into effect for everybody January 1st, 2024. The stream buffer rules for large landowners that are fish type F or fish bearing streams goes into effect July 1, 2023. And then again, we are working currently on the Habitat Conservation Plan, and we'll be working with NOAA and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in that process to help with getting it approved. And do you guys have any questions?
Yes, Saber.
Some of that doesn't. It's not governmental experience area. Access to clarification on food.
Who does this, can you just provide a little bit more clarification on who this affects, Rebecca?
So this is all private forest land and state, so and state forestry as well. So not anything federal. And the tribes have been invited to participate, and there are discussions on whether they will want to take part in the habitat conservation plan.
What about county forest?
What about local forest, county forest, or
Yes.
city forest?
It's under state jurisdiction.
Anywhere where the Forest Practices Act are applicable. So yes, county and city.
I got it.
Unless the city already has a plan of their own.
So how are you guys interacting with all the local floodplain managers? Because you guys don't have jurisdiction in floodplain, and we're talking about authorizing a tremendous amount of development, which means rebuilding those roads and bridges in floodplains, which ODF is traditionally not been the best at notifying local floodplain managers when those bridges being built for forestry practices.
So it would be, those are, any waterway is a sensitive area, a resource area of concern. So anywhere where we are the DMA, so designated management agency. And I know a lot of times for farm and forestry, it's kind of hard to determine. But there are going to be stricter rules with regards to any migration. They call it the riparian migration zone. So yeah, they'll have to have the appropriate buffer widths around any sort of wetland, which they are increased buffer widths. You can actually find all of the details on the changes on ODF's website. If you just go to their website and then look up private forest accord, they have a bunch of one-pagers that are really great resources that give a little bit more detail.
You know, Rebecca, maybe the question's a little bit more about how is all this being communicated back to local jurisdictions when someone comes in to build a road? Does the local jurisdiction get notified, even though it's up in the forest practices, but could have a downstream effect? Are there any of those pieces built into the plan or the communication strategy?
In the training process, they are having those discussions, because when you have those jurisdictional issues, they're supposed to go back to the local jurisdiction and have them assess first, or make sure they're in alignment. So not to be working in silos. So that is part of the training process to the stewardship foresters, and then also for the small forest landowner stewardship foresters. So yes, does that answer that question?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I've had various experiences, certain not private foresters, certain stewardship foresters that implement it for the state ODF have said some floodplain manager, people our direction, when they're developing bridges in floodplain because it's our jurisdiction, and others have just said, no, it's a forestry practice, which isn't even accurate. Under your guys' own ODF guidance documents for implementing forest practices back, so we got concerns, especially with the new way our new biological opinion is being sent down from FEMA with no directions, that you guys might be interviewing into our jurisdiction. We're not honestly being consulted, so.
Well, definitely will need to be under these new rules. So reach out to the stewardship foresters or to myself as the, if you ever see anything that you have questions, contact us.
Broad question, I saw protection of habitat, but are there any rules or anything talking about application of herbicides or pesticides?
Did you hear that? Are there any rules about the application of pesticides or herbicides?
All of the herbicide and the pesticide rules came before the private forest accord, so no new ones in this program.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say that I could follow up on Chris's question with the overlap between NFIP minimum requirements and forest road building in floodplains. So I'll follow up on that and get some information back.
That would be good. Thank you, Amanda.
Just a quick question about, you mentioned the new design standards for road construction. Is there anything in there about restoration projects that have to do with, you know, fixing culverts or removing fill, like restoration oriented things?
Yes. One program I didn't actually cover here is the abandoned roads inventory, which is part of the private forest accord. So ODF is responsible for helping develop an abandoned roads inventory through, you know, working with the first identifying where they're located with the both large and small landowners, identifying them, prioritizing them, and then fixing them. So they're on the hook for helping get them fixed based on prioritization. The SFISH program, that grant program for small forest landowners, that actually will also cover the restoration of high priority road issues. So a big part of the new rules is being hydrologically disconnected from having the roads hydrologically disconnected from waterways.
And who is the best, like, to learn more about that? Who's the best person at ODF to contact? Or is it like our local forester, or who's the best person?
So the local foresters are all learning the new rules. If it's road related, it would be either Greg Erb or I know his name's Arden, but I can put my contact information in the chat and then I could connect you with the appropriate person. But Greg Erb is our roads specialist.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. So.
Yeah.
Awesome, yes.
So is ODF's jurisdiction still limited to commercial forest practices, or are you guys expanding jurisdiction?
Anywhere that, so the rules are anywhere that timber or log are harvested and there's money exchanged.
Oh, correct. So under the private forest accord, are you expanding jurisdiction, or are you still limited to commercial practices?
Commercial practices.
Yes, Joe.
Thank you so much for doing this presentation. This is the first thing first presentation I've heard about this, and I have a couple of questions. One is, has the definition of protected wetlands changed under these new rules?
I believe, I'm not sure, I would have to look. There, I believe the wetlands are still have the same protections. So there's still a sensitive resource, but let me get back to you on that one.
Okay.
So just the definition is what you're looking for. And your name?
Yes, and
It's Jeffra Brown
Okay.
with DSL.
I'm with GSL, and we might even enjoy having someone come and talk to us. The other thing that's really interlocks with our regulations, I'm excited to hear about the operation completion notice.
Yeah.
Because often, in the past, often the forest stewards were never notified when the operator was going to change land use. And at that point, the regulations on wetlands and water bases changes from Corps practices to Department of State Lands. And that often, that lack of notification that land use was going to change often led to enforcement issues. So very happy about that. And I hope that will improve that. I've also heard a rumor that this is the third and last thing, that there's a sundown clause that these rules will disappear in 5 years. Is there any reason for that?
So the rules go into effect and we have until January 2027 to have a habitat conservation plan approved by the services. If it does not get approved by them by that time, then we revert back to how rules are currently. Now, even with that clause, we are moving forward as if this is how it's going to be. I mean, there's a lot of money and time invested in these new programs and the training and the new rules. And, we're doing everything we can to be working with the services to make sure that the habitat conservation plan, gets approved. But yes, there is that clause.
Thank you so much. Is there anything else?
Thank you very much, Rebecca. That was awesome. It's nice to have it all in one place like this. And I bet you're probably given the training piece, probably open if people want to learn more or have more presentations, you're open to that.
Yes, I've been doing a lot of watershed council presentations, and if we have capacity, you know, and I normally give like an hour and a half presentation, so
Yeah.
this was very short.
Yeah.
Yes, reach out to me if you would like us to come talk.
And hear the full meal deal. Is it okay if we just keep going, or you all are adults, you can self-care if you need to? Yes.
I was gonna say, you know, I agree.
You can have 3 and then I'm starting. Run. Yes, no, we can take 5 minutes. Amazingly, Rebecca got us caught back up a little bit more than we were, so I appreciate that. So 2:45, come back.
Sorry. Feel free to very
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody, please come back.
Can you all hear online?
I can see you.
Okay. All right, so this panel, we're gonna have about sort of, to Chris's point, trying to increase collaboration and coordination between local governments and state agencies, specifically on the ocean shore and the ocean shore regulatory kind of schema, because there has been a lot of turnover at all levels, and it's an opportunity to just sort of rebuild those relationships and knowledge base. So I'm going to turn it over to Rhiannon, who's going to talk a little bit just high level about Goal 18 policies, about beaches and dunes, and then Kevin from Oregon Parks and Recreation Department is going to talk about their jurisdiction over the ocean shore. And then Chris is here to provide some local perspective of how that actually happens on the ground, what could be improved, what is already going well, and that kind of thing. And then we invite all of you to kind of share your own experiences and provide feedback or ask questions about this as well. I know that some of you have jurisdictions that do not really have any Goal 18 areas like North Bend and Coos Bay and Coquille, but and even Reedsport doesn't either, I don't think so. So it might not be as relevant for some of you, but hopefully for the rest who have some ocean shore, it will be helpful. So with that, I will turn over to you.
Thanks, Meg. So again, I'm Rhiannon Besor, and I'm the new coastal shore specialist stepping into Meg's former role. And so Alyssa actually covered a lot of what is in my presentation as well, so we won't have to do quite as much of a deep dive as I originally thought. So thank you, Alyssa, for that. Okay, so we'll start off with just kind of high level statewide planning Goal 18, beaches and dunes. So essentially, like Alyssa had previously covered during lunch, this guides the protection and development of beach and dune areas. There's some main provisions, so including the inventory of beach and dune areas. So this mapping effort is actually getting updated currently, which we will see. And many, if not all of you, probably have received an email from me in the past few weeks about starting an advisory committee regarding this process. So I will be following up with those of you who are interested in that at the end of this week. Another provision is prohibition areas for development, also preservation of dune vegetation, and then also covering beachfront protected structure limitations, which are included in the guidebook, and then dune grading requirements. So we'll get into some more of these as we move through this as well. So these are the current beach and beach and dune inventory maps from 1975, and they're still in use today. As you can imagine, a lot has changed since 1975, and they are in pretty bad need of being updated, which is why we are currently working with the GAMI on this. These are the new maps you can see here. An example of them. So this is new grant funding that has allowed us to get this data collected and worked on in a GIS format for these maps. And this will cover the entire Oregon coast. And we will be working with the coastal communities to adopt these maps into their comp plans moving forward once they're completed. So again, you'll be hearing a lot more about this in the upcoming months as well. So now we'll get into a little bit more about dune grading and some of the implementation requirements that are required for dune grading. First thing to note is that dune grading is optional. If a community wishes to allow grading, view grading, it has to be part of an approved dune management plan. So each of these management plans have a number of different components. The three major parts are a scientific background report that must be completed to begin with, and then a management strategy and maintenance and monitoring program as well. It's important to note that maintenance and monitoring is a part of these plans, but it's often forgotten or not fully adopted or carried out. And so that is something that we are really wanting to work with communities on moving forward. If there are dune management plans, to make sure that that maintenance and monitoring component is really taken into consideration. And all dune management plans shall cover the entire beach and dune area. So rather than a parcel by parcel, management strategy, we're talking about an entire four-dune or beach area. They also have to specify the dune height and width requirements for any grading activities. They have to identify areas to build up and also prescribe stabilization measures. So whether that be vegetation or other measures to be taken. And they also prohibit the removal of sand. So any sand that is taken from the system has to be retained within that system. So if you grade in one area, that sand then can be used in a beneficial use in another area within that same unit. As of right now, there are 6 existing 4D management plans. Right now, Seaside is currently updating theirs, just in the very beginning process of that. Cannon Beach completed theirs in 2020, and as you can see, the other 4 are fairly old. A lot of these are quite outdated, and as with the beach and dune inventory mapping, these are the things that should probably be updated in the near future. So to include the most up-to-date science, most up-to-date needs. And one thing to note is that in addition to being outdated, that a lot of public perception around view grading within these management plans has changed throughout the years. And so a lot of communities that were in favor of dune grading for views are no longer in favor of that. And so that is something else to consider in creating these plans as well, that there might be a change in public perception and input on that process too. Going back to Alyssa's presentation, another provision is protecting dune vegetation. So Alyssa's work as a fellow has been doing a lot of work on how to communicate the importance of protecting dune vegetation to coastal homeowners and coastal communities, creating homeowners guidance and education materials, really driving home the importance of definitions so that everybody knows what exactly we're talking about for the vegetation protection. And she's also working on a lot of Goal 18 guidance as well, which you had all seen during lunch. For local permitting, for shoreline stabilization, we are recommending always a coordinated approach with the PRD, which you will hear from Kevin regarding that in just a few minutes. And this applies for all types of stabilization methods. So whether that is for GRAP or a softer stabilization method. And this is especially important when we're talking about the area east of OPRD's jurisdiction. And then we have an update about a new goal exception for the Oregon Administrative Rule 660-004-0022. So this is a new rule. I'm sorry, this rule is in addition to the existing rule. This is an exception that applies only to public ocean fronting roads that were developed prior to January 1st, 1977 to retain the intention of Goal 18's original grandfathering provision. And the reason behind this new goal exception is to prevent private property that's not eligible for shoreline armoring under Goal 18 from using the exception. So this also helps to justify the public benefit. And so if the exception is going to allow more shoreline armoring on the coast, which will have a long-term impact on beaches and dunes, there needs to be a clear reason to justify the addition, such as protecting an essential lifeline transportation route. So the eligible roads are public body applicants. They have to have a significant public benefit justification that's proven, and there has to be a feasibility assessment that is carried out before anything can be done. And part of that is to include an evaluation of other potential options beside hard armoring, such as relocating the road or taking a vegetative planting approach to mitigate the erosion. And the assessment should answer the question, is a goal exception for shoreline armoring the only option in this case? And if yes, then it can move ahead, but if not, then other options need to be considered. And so any requirements, or sorry, the requirements within the exception for this rule include minimizing visual impacts, accounting for sea level rise, and maintaining beach access along the shore. And in terms of mitigation, excuse me. In terms of mitigation, it's important to consider avoiding impact, minimizing impact, rectifying any impact that are incurred, and then compensating for those impacts as well. And it also needs to address other exception requirements as well. And this serves as a reminder that the applicant must also follow other exception criteria laid out in the rule, the original rule, which include the 4 standards laid out in goal 2 for reasons. All right. And then getting back into dune grading here, we are going to be talking about the difference between preventative grading versus remedial grading, or view grading as well. So for goal 18, it's required to have a plan to grade sand in order to prevent sand inundation. The goal does not require a plan to remove sand, which is actually already inundating a structure. If that is happening, then that's considered remedial grading. And remedial grading is by its nature a maintenance measure, in that it is necessary to keep the building functional by removing the sand. So sand, which is physically piled up against an exterior of a building, can cause damage. It might actually impact the interior of the building as well. And so removal of that sand that is physically piled up already, again, does not require a dune management plan. But if you are talking about preventative or view grading, then a plan is necessary. And both because it's intended as a long-term solution and because it constitutes a more major alteration of the foredune. So for preventative grading, it's prohibited without a full-fledged dune management plan. And the goal 18 also requires a management plan for preventative grading because of its potential harmful impacts. And more extensive grading can also impact the coast by creating a flooding hazard and increasing sand inundation of neighboring properties as well. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Kevin.
Thank you. As you heard, my name is Kevin Herkamp. I'm the Ocean Shores Program Coordinator. So kind of start off with state parks, as with everybody else, we've had a lot of changes over the last year. So within our program, it's been moved around within the agency. We have a new manager. My position is new. I'll be looking at a lot more strategically at the program related to shoreline alterations and looking at things like policies, rules, statutory changes, whatever is needed to kind of move forward, as well as updating our forms and our guidance for applicants and moving towards more of an e-permitting strategy within the program. And a lot of it's about how do we improve that communication. For those of you who've worked with my predecessor, we had one staff person for the last 5 years or so working on the entire coast. Right now, we will have, sometime during this year, we will have 2 people doing permitting and then myself looking at the kind of more broader program stuff and then helping also with the permitting. And the main emphasis behind that is really getting back to what the beach bill told us. And so Tyler Blanchett is our permitting coordinator. So he is probably going to be your main point of contact on a lot of projects. I'll also be engaged in there. But then if it's talking more about either bigger controversial projects or kind of more partnership stuff, you're probably going to be working with me. And then Laurel in the back, if it's more resource related and some of the bigger things like the wind and offshore development, energy development, those type of, she's more in that planning role for that. And then things like snowy plovers and some of the other bigger planning type of discussions. So we kind of we'll have 3 main topics that we're working on in the program, which will give us that capacity to really start working with you, hopefully rebuilding some of these relationships that may have been limited in the past few years. So going back, 1967 is when the beach bill was put into play, and it covers our entire coastline. The beach bill protects the beach for the public use and enjoyment. And it includes the recreational values, the scenic values, and the natural and cultural resource values. And so those are actually a protected resource. There's other things within our rules, but what you're going to see, as I kind of talked through today, a lot of what you're going to probably see is a little bit different perspective from OPRD when we're having dialogue with applicants and with you about protections of those resources. You know, I'll be blunt, we haven't implemented all of the rules and, you know, maybe as diligently as we should have in the past. And so we now have direction all the way down from the director to really be looking at this and implementing them in a appropriate manner. And so you're going to start seeing more things with our program, like actually working closer with the tribes and with SHPO on some of our permits. Where in the past it's been more of notice based. You're going to see more connection with us and you guys in the county and city level of having that upfront dialogue before we're issuing a permit, not just relying on the land use compatibility statement, but actually having some dialogue if it seems like something is maybe not fully addressed. So, you know, we're going to be having that. It'll be there's definitely going to be a learning time on this, but we're all moving forward. We're all trying to figure it out together. And so why I'm here today is just to give you a little bit of perspective on our program, so it brings you up to speed, but also show you kind of where maybe we can help the applicants and the public understand our program, since we do have a little bit different perspectives on protection of the beaches and dunes. So within the Ocean Shore State Recreation Area, it is a combination of public ownership and a public recreational easement that goes across public and private ownerships along the ocean shore, and it actually changes over time. So in 1967, it was a surveyed line that went up and down the coast. As the coast erodes in, that changes to what's known as the established upland vegetation line. And so that line does actually, of the easement moves inland over time as erosion occurs, but the statutory vegetation line is a permanent line. So what does that mean on the ground? What you're going to see out there, really there's more scenarios in this, but to group them, there's kind of an eroding scenario like on the left here, where you have the statutory vegetation line. Sometimes tax lots and whatnot have been kind of platted to that line, and there's public ownership to the west. Well, to the east of that line, it's now private ownership on the beach. And then on the picture on the right side, that's one an accretion area. And basically what's happened is you now have dunes that have formed in between the statutory vegetation line and where the beach is sitting today. And so a lot of times that'll be vegetated, and private landowners will start thinking, well, hey, I've got more land out here. Well, again, sometimes it's public, sometimes it's private, but a lot of times there's that perspective of, well, that's my property. I can go out here and do something because I go all the way out to the beach. So again, it's really complicated. The message you're going to hear me say is if you have something that is definitely near the statutory vegetation line, or if it appears that it's on the beach, even if it's not around the statutory vegetation line, get a hold of us. We'll work with you. We'll talk you through it. We'll make that determination, and we can work with the public that's interested in doing something. We'd rather be contacted up front. Right now, what's happening a lot is we're getting people contacting us after they've fully developed everything, gone through the county, and been, now we want to do something. It's like, well, we could have prevented this. We would have talked 3 months ago, 6 months ago. So it is the moral story is it's complicated, but if you're near the beaches, let's have a discussion. And where that comes into play is an on the ground example here is the green lines are a tax lot. The red line would be the statutory vegetation line. Well, as you can see, it's eroded to the east. That concrete sidewalk, it may have been placed there when it was vegetated, but now it's actually on the ocean shore. So it's technically a violation if it wasn't permitted, or if it was being built today, that would actually require a permit from us. And so this is where, again, it's the county or city planners, when you're seeing somebody coming in and maybe asking to put in some sort of development that's that close, have that discussion with them like, hey, yeah, it looks like it might be upland, but at least talk to parks. Because the one thing we can do is start talking to them about, well, yeah, it's not on our jurisdiction today, but if it becomes on our jurisdiction, then here's what you're going to have to do. And that might mean removing it. And so letting them be aware that it's not just protected because it was built. And then another one that's probably, I'll say more of the frustrating scenario is in this one. And now this is a real life example with some stuff tweaked for demonstration purposes. But where you've got the green lines on there, some of, and for those of you in the back that can't see, some of the green lines go all the way out to the beach and others end right at the red statutory vegetation line. Well, as you can, and that is where the statutory vegetation line is in this area. So as you can see, there is effectively no setback on those properties. Well, people want their backyard. And so what's happening is these are all encroachments within that recreation easement. They're all, those are pretty much all violations of the Ocean Shore State Recreation Area and the rules on it. And so how can we be giving that message that, you know, yeah, we know you want to build as close to the beach as you want, but if you want a backyard, you might want to move it inland a little bit further. Because one of the things that most people don't realize is, as a member of the public, I have the right to walk up into that backyard and look in their windows. It's within the recreation area easement. So again, it's one of those things that the landowners may not understand. And so it puts us kind of in a little bit of a struggle here where, well, I got my local permits and I built and I didn't need an Ocean Shore permit, which they didn't when they built that, but now what they're wanting to do requires. So again, how can we tell that message to the landowners and help inform them and educate them? And we will be developing some materials on this over the next couple of years. We're kind of in our infancy right now. So I'm just going to run through some of the types of things we see out there without getting into a lot of detail, but we talked about shoreline armoring. We'll talk about that a little bit more. Construction equipment or vehicles on the beach, we regulate that as well. Those do require permits through our programs. Any sort of sand alteration, like this is grading, happened to be grading for an access point. Any of these little minor developments, like the wooden kind of, I'll call them seawalls in the back of their lot or stairways that actually come out onto the statutory vegetation line or even some of the larger public access ways. And then we talked about dune grading, all those scenarios, but vegetation removal on the ocean shore, vegetation is protected. No cutting, mowing, trimming without a park's authorization. And so when this comes around, that's where we tend to have sometimes a difference where the local planning department might say, yeah, it's okay to mow that. But if you're out west of the statutory vegetation line, then it's actually prohibited as part of the recreation area. So we want to have the discussion. Same thing with signage and other things of that nature. Really, if it's not recreation, it's not allowed out there. That's the way to kind of summarize it the best. And then we see a lot of little things. And again, these are things that can kind of come up. I mentioned before, like the fire pits or those things that are built in their backyards that are actually out in the dunes. And those are violations. But a lot of these temporary access stairways or even some of the old stairways that have failed over erosion, minor alterations were like this one in the bottom middle, where somebody just wanted to create a flatter area for them to not be in the cobble in their backyard. Well, that's all actually on the ocean shore. And they just put a few hundred, about 150 yards worth of sand out there. Again, it doesn't look like a major thing, but they would have required a permit from us on that. A lot of these little access ways that you'll see people going through the dunes, whatnot. Again, if people come in and talk to you, let's have the discussion. And we'll get things like the middle picture there, which that's just debris dumped from somebody that was working on their house. So they got a building permit, whatnot, and they threw it down on the ocean shore and it's back. We get that all the time. So again, when you're having somebody building, think through that. Where are they putting those materials? Making sure that you're just being clear that, hey, you're on the beach. You can't just throw it on the beach because it's an open pit, you know? And there are people that kind of, I think, feel that way, but it's a place to get rid of things. And then the top right is directional drilling. Again, we talked about the offshore cables. We deal with them when they're crossing the beach and coming into the inland portion. And again, the inland discussion will be handled through the local departments, but having that coordination when those projects are being proposed is critical, because while we are a small chunk of that line, we can be, if they're building it in the wrong spot or in the wrong way, we might not be able to permit it. And that becomes that, well, we've got 1,000 miles of cable, but that 100 yards we can't permit for some reason. Again, we want to have those discussions early enough up front. So if you ever hear of cable landings coming in, let us know. Let's talk. So our permit process, we really have two processes. What's outlined on the screen here is our whole process, and then we have our emergency process, which is really a temporary permit to do temporary shoreline protection in order to pursue the design and development that's required for a full permit. I'm going to pass around some cards here that have Tyler and my information. On the back, it also has our emergency we have a phone line and a web page that relates to it. I don't have a ton of cards, but at least if you take one, so you have a reference in your office, that would be great. But really, as I mentioned before, our program is set up to protect the beach. So the alternatives that are out there have to be the alternative with the least impact to the beach. And so it requires that discussion. And as you heard Rhiannon say with the ODOT mitigation, it's very similar. There's just set it up in a much cleaner way to where you have to work through this process. The same thing applies to ours. And it has to be taking into consideration the scenery, the recreational, the cultural, natural resource concerns that are out there. But there also has to be a demonstrated need. You can't just have a want. And that's one of the things that comes up when we're dealing like view grading. At what point is it a need to view grade versus it's a want? And a lot of times what we're seeing is landowners who are they're the furthest west tax lot want view grading, but the land they're proposing it on isn't owned by them. And it might even be owned by the public. And they're proposing view grading on that. Well, you have to have the interline landowner's permission to do that. And so again, that's some of the dialogue that we need to be having up front, and that we get kind of sideways where, well, the local planning department says I can do this. Yeah, but you can only do it if. And so you got landowners that don't control any of that, but want to control it. So again, it puts us at odds. So there has to be that need. Same thing with erosion protection. There has to be a need. It can't just be, well, I live on the ocean, so therefore I want riprap. And speaking of riprap, this is one of the things where I want to say we're going to be putting a lot of effort in over the next couple of years. We're going to be providing some better guidance here in the short term, but then we're probably going to be changing some of our program. When these projects are being proposed on the ocean shore, what we're hearing a lot from folks is, well, I'm goal 18 eligible, so I can put riprap in. That's one thing I would ask that if you guys can make sure we change the messaging, because really what it is all properties are eligible to do the softer approaches. It's when you're goal 18 eligible, you're eligible to do any of those approaches, the soft and up to the hard. But for our program, you still have to go through that sequence. You still have to look at moving your house first. And that's where we can use help on the side too. When we're asking somebody like, hey, you need to look at moving your house, we need the local entities to have that discussion. It's a little bit of that managed retreat, or looking at that from a standpoint of if you move the house, there's no longer a threat from erosion, right? And then looking through it, okay, these softer approaches, can you do vegetation? Can you do a dynamic revetment with cobble? The last resort is going to be a revetment or a seawall. But you have to look through all of those other pieces. And that's, again, we're getting feedback from people that come into us, and they've designed and they're ready to put a riprap revetment in. And they've never talked with us. They've never gone through the alternatives. And now we're saying, you need to go back and think about this. Well, we've spent all this money on somebody to design this and put all, yeah, but you jumped past it. So again, just something that hopefully over the next few years, we can work through and have some dialogue on this.
Question?
Yeah.
I might be able to go.
If it deals with revetments, you are.
Is there requirements to developers or sellers to notify of any of these potential issues? Like if you are trying to sell a lot that is on that interface or near that interface?
So currently, no. There's been recommendations back as far as 94 that I can find that exists, and we're starting to have that discussion within the group too about how do we improve some of that communication up front? Because honestly, most of these are preventable. A lot of times what you're getting is people buying property, sight unseen, or they buy it with their idea and what the realtor told they can do. And then now they've got their builder out there, they've come up with a plan, and now they want to implement it. We're dealing one in Clatsop County right now. The lot was subdivided apparently in the early 80s. It has never been developed. Apparently the main lot it was developed on was goal 18 eligible. They now want to build, and they want to basically repair, there's a landslide on it, and they want to stabilize the base on the beach. And it's like, but there's no need. So, yeah, we need to get ahead of some of those things. And then again, we're going to be looking at things like how do you minimize the footprint? And this is just a very high level example, but if you notice from left to right, it's least impact and most impact. And the red line is the statutory vegetation line. It's just, if you are trying to build that revetment as far west as possible, it's probably going to be less permittable. And if you're trying to keep it as close to your house as you can, and especially within the statutory vegetation line, and again, those are just conversations we need to be having with the applicant. We're also going to be looking at construction related impacts. This is just happens to be an overview of a plan that shows kind of how complicated things can be from where they're wanting to access to where they're doing the work. I mean, it's public beach access points and state parks or county parks that are in there, whatever it is. And having that dialogue with the contractors, what are you doing? Because ultimately what we end up with is things like this, where we have public safety issues where you've got big holes in the beach with no signage, no safety netting, nothing around it. The right-hand side is all but the low tides. Can you pass that north-south? You have north-south access except during lower tides. High tide, it's up past that again. You're not water that's blocking public access.
You speak of permitting, that entails also inspections after the fact. Okay, so through the building code permitting process, usually it would be kind of planning, but is that something we would just toss it back to you if we came upon that?
So, yeah, if you see stuff that's on the ocean shore, especially that you didn't permit, absolutely we should know about it. We will do compliance work with that, and usually we work with the local planning department. And there's times where I'll use some examples of Cannon Beach recently. Cannon Beach actually took the lead because they had a clear path forward and a better relationship with the landowner, and basically said, if you do what Cannon Beach says, we're good. And other times we've taken the lead because it's been a stronger for us. And so, but then the county's basically said, our city has said, if you follow what OPRE says, then you're fine. And so again, brought up on permit on compliance. So even with our conditions and talking with the contractors, this top picture is somebody blocking the entire beach. We've got somebody blocking the public access point down here. And these are all under permitted activities. We just have contractors like, it's the beach, I can do what I want. And so those are things we're working at. We've had beach accesses blocked with projects. Emergency beach accesses, yes. And so there's a lot of things we're working through. And this isn't a year that I've been here. We're finding all these things. It's like, wow, we've got to move up. And then just a few other things that we're seeing. You guys see them out there. The right picture is somebody, they had a stockpile area. They just abandoned it and let the waves go over it. And now it creates basically a mess on the beach that has to be cleaned up. The left hand is somebody they were doing some dune remedial grading, and they decided at some point it was fun to go drive out on the beach. Well, there happens to be plover nests right around that area. And so, again, just they were having fun. And then the bottom one, again, it's one of our contractors right at a public access point decided to build a pad and put all their rock right there and basically block. Well, the public has to walk just right to the right side of the excavator to get in there. So again, it's just these things that we're asking for you guys as you're talking with folks. Don't think about it as just, is the revetment, Goal 18 eligible? I mean, there's floodplain development, but there's also what is your community, and your road department, are they going to be hauling the material down? We're dealing with a lot of these is with the county road department is they haven't been really talking about other than can we use your access point, but there's a lot of other impacts. So again, just when you see these projects are getting bigger, they're now averaging for like a 50 foot parcel, like $250,000, I think it is, something like that, or for 50 to 100 foot by parcel. So these are big projects, is the new design guidance and stuff that's out there. Again, don't look at them and just kind of say, oh, it's just shoreline protection. There's a lot going on to it, and they potentially impact our beach by limiting public access, by over time as sea level rise, shrinking the amount of access that we have to the beach, which is all a detriment to our coastal communities and why the public comes here. So it's that balance of the private benefit of shoreline protection, but protecting the beach and that public access that we have. So.
Also, like a really important part of planning needs to communicate with parks is because they can be telling us in planning, I want to build a public access point. And then the plan could be, it's going to be on private property and there's no mechanism on the park side, or it hits the park side and the park's like, hey, wait a minute. This isn't really this isn't a public access point because the public doesn't own it. So there is that too. So that's the key consideration of why we have to kind of work together and know the project, because otherwise we'll be getting stuff in planning and what we're approving is not what they're telling the parks in the end. So, and some of that could be cleared up if they would tell us originally. No, that's fine.
For the dune grading, you're saying that the state has to stay within our unit, but not necessarily that person. So are there any provisions put into the rules to prevent spread of invasive species or so on? Like that dune, And then it might get, if there's no protections, then it just gets spread across, I don't know how many other just.
Yeah, I
Are there any
think, yeah.
provisions to require the contractors to wash their vehicles or anything?
So I guess the answer on that is right now, no. I think that's one of the values of some of these student management plans is actually looking at some of those things. What is actually out there? And, you know, actually doing, as I mentioned, some of our stuff has the natural resource out. But when you're doing your dune management plan, making sure that looking at what natural resources are there or what threats are there. Like I said, if it's full of invasive, how are you going to treat that invasive when this gets implemented? And then what's the follow-up? What's your monitoring? What, you know, whatever those mechanisms are. And so you need to have some level of success criteria, but I think in the past, it's been viewed more as if we grade it to this elevation, then we've met our base flood elevation. So that was success. Well, there's more success criteria than just that, right? It's not, but from the landowners, it was, we met our county requirement, we got a view, we replanted, okay, we're good. And it's deeper than that. And I think that's one of the things that I guess I want to reiterate is that just because it's fully tenable, or just because it's in a student management plan, doesn't necessarily mean that we can approve it as a department. And so as we're moving forward, having these dialogues, that's the important discussion is because from a state's parks perspective, if you know there's a big invasive problem and you're going to just spread it, then we probably need to have that discussion. And if you're not going to do anything about it, we may or may not be able to prevent that if it's no issue.
And that can start from the beginning, from the background scientific study as well too, so it doesn't have to be just in the actual plan itself, but if we're involved in that conversation from the get-go, then we can make those types of recommendations or other agencies can too.
So are there certain areas in which automatic that the Parks Department is notified? Probably more data directed to you, but is that part of the notification process of notifying the state parks as well?
We have certain triggers in our code that would require us to notify them, but in my time there, we haven't had any development that has triggered notifying them.
They have to be, in a sense, they have to be notified because they're not a regulatory department. It's actually a land, right? Because
It's effectively both.
Yeah, effectively, they're actually the easement holder or they own it outright. So them being the landowner, somebody wants to build into their land.
Gotcha.
That's how planning kind of connects it.
Okay.
So it's over two different landowners, private landowner and these guys actually have their own regulations, but what's triggering them is the fact that it's technically public or the state land.
Okay.
And that gets more complicated too, because we're the easement holder with, and that gives us the regulatory authority, is that a lot of these folks will also propose stuff that goes on their neighbors. So it's not just us, it's also you're getting your neighbors for it, because we can't see us until we know all affected properties are acceptable to it. So it starts really compounding things and that is, you know, it means neighbors have to talk to neighbors, and that's not necessarily what we've seen an interest in.
Well, just trying to pull it all together, this is where I'm trying to understand the concept of pulling it all together. We're like, okay, your job, your project is completely, we've checked all the angles and it's okay now.
And that's why I say, I think for this initial, until we get, I'll say a year or two down when we're having these meetings and next, you know, even in the fall, next spring, we're gonna have a different dialogue. But now it's like, if you're close to the beach, send an email, you pick up the phone, let's have a discussion before it's, well, here's what I think, you know, because we're having discussions. I mean, we just figured out it was Lincoln County, right, where it was the floodplain development permit hadn't been getting applied to revetments. And again, it was nobody's fault. It just hadn't been thought of. And so now it's like, now there's an additional step in that discussion, but it's having that back and forth dialogue is what brought that out. And again, none of us are going to get it right. So together we're stronger. That's why I'm saying my message is if we can have that standard of get a hold of us, and we're trying to do the same thing with the counties, and we'll get people calling us, and we're directing folks to the county all the time. If you haven't talked to them, start there, because before you come to us, you're gonna have a Lux, but here's what you need to know for us. But then the other part is just reiterating that the beaches are protected, and then it's setting that up. It's not just you bought a piece of property, build what you want because it's against the ocean.
Devin, did you bring cards?
I did, I passed them around.
Yeah, and then from the local perspective, it's always important to remember that we all have different local letterhead because we all have different processes. It's back to their kind of respective process. Because if you try to come in and do like, say, or anything against the beach and it's not in a goal 18 exempt area, well, that's a text amendment. You're probably on a different time frame in Pierce County than you'd be on, say, Lincoln County's time frame. And every jurisdiction is different, and we don't have to, we have some vagueness out of state laws, but we don't have the exact same specific rules everywhere. We're not, I mean, we're not in state law after all. Most of these are local processes, so it's always key to kind of remember, we gotta collaborate, like say parks in this case, because we could just know automatically they're a year and a half out. And that might change the perspective of whether or not these people want to build, you know, like how old they are at the time. They might think they might not make it that year out, so. You know, there's always that perspective, so it's always better to communicate ahead of time, because that and it's always better to make the landowner have to give you a specific plan too ahead of time, because that's where we kind of ran into it last time that we dealt with parks on. Trying to corral a few landowners on a project, and it turns out that drawing an etch a sketch out there on a piece of paper did not really help as we're standing on the north side of the hill. So nobody really knows where they're drawing the property lines. So, and whether or not it hit state parks jurisdiction was kind of debatable because we were looking over an edge and we could see the bottom of it. It's difficult to say if that was going to be parks jurisdiction. So it's always better to collaborate with the state parks. It's always better to make sure that any applicant clearly understands if they have an actual plan before they start around state agencies, county departments, and say, I want to do this. That might actually entail drawing it out and actually spending money ahead of time on surveyors to establish where the statutory line is, because it's not where the vegetation line is only. It's the statutory line. It's the furthest inward, and they could easily be, as he's shown on some of his examples, you could easily be within state parks jurisdiction and not realize it. So a lot of this has to be on the landowners to start with, of coming up with an actual plan before they propose it.
And surveys is something we're leaning more heavily toward, because we're seeing more and more people basically proposing stuff on other people's property, like, and they come in and say, this is my application. It's like, there's 3 other landowners you're impacting, or you're doing it all through the county right away because that's mine. It's like, no, that's not yours. So we're starting to have more of that dialogue of like, that has to be a step because it's getting missed.
Just because they were trying to work on materials that would be helpful to you, because we had ideas about what you think, questions people have asked you to do, or be helpful to have those materials, feel free to shoot those ideas to us too, because we like to find that was helpful. So you and us and homework, they don't do. But correct. Yeah, it's important to upfront, try to they call us before they call. Yeah, and what I have a clear pathway to them, or at least a clear, ask them right questions to give them, okay, this is the information you need. That's where we come from. In order to streamline the process, the permitting process and all that, we do need to have like upfront in writing stuff that we can hand to people and say, you know, then if you have further questions.
And we do have some flyers that kind of hand out stuff we're starting to work on. In particular, we start off one which is just kind of more of an ocean shores, and then one that's specific to shoreline protection. And then I guess with that, I would also say that if you're not aware, was it last spring that DLCD published the erosion control guidebook for Oregon? It's on our website, easy enough to find. It's also on DLCD. You can look at the erosion control guidebook for Oregon, and it's all about coastal erosion, and it has the state, federal, local processes, the different types of shoreline art. It's a great resource to hand to the applicants. It's more than they want to read, but it has the information.
That's exactly my.
So
point.
we're looking at some 2-page flyers that, you know, basically front and back, that we can hand out and say, if you're looking at shoreline protection, here's what you need to know.
Now, we all have to look at it from the point of view of someone who's never done any of this work.
Absolutely.
And that's, you know, when you're explaining to a homeowner something, trust me, they don't know anything about anything, and they need to have like this information handed to them in school.
we have some folks that have been engaged on the ocean shore for decades that we are literally having those same dialogues with, and they don't understand the basic regulations. And it's like, you've worked with us for that long. We're starting off from
Often
scratch.
forget after working that long at a place, they forget what it's like to be an outsider.
Yep.
And that's important, that's the most important part of customer service is remembering, and, you know, thinking about it from that guy's point of view on the other side.
And it's also important for planners to remember this, because we're talking about goal 18 doesn't mean all those other land use laws apply. So there could be multiple other goals that they have other, like goal 17, they could be in the CSP, which would kick them into other regulations. So it's important to remind them that we're all, if they come to parks, if they come to us through the Parks Department, it's important as a reference or referral, it's important to remind them there's other laws. So maybe what you're proposing might not be. So.
So I don't want to kill this conversation, I'm gonna limit it. Yeah,
So it seems like you're making some internal changes and that's great. But does the fact that sea level rise sort of give an opening to say because of training conditions, you need to change art? So people aren't saying, oh, you're changing the.
So we're basically I'm gonna kind of do this as we're gonna do like, I'll say 3 phases without really mapping them out. Phase 1 is just, we need to make our process understandable and apply the rules that are on the books today. Yeah. And then while we're doing that, we'll probably be kind of, I'll say, going into phase 2, which is we need to update some of our policies, procedures.
So Michelle, my mother just screamed right in my ear.
To start, to start kind of having the dialogue of here's our policies, procedures, updates, and then moving into maybe some light rulemaking. And then phase 3 would be looking at statutes, larger rulemaking, working with DLCD and DGAMI and other folks to say, how do we take the regulations, I'll say 5 years from now and make them applicable to the next one, with what we know and what the state of the science is.
Yeah.
So yes, there is an opening, but it's probably going to be a couple of years out before we look at it.
We're working on some sea level rise guidance and, we can work together.
You don't need it? Oh, okay. All right. Ooh, that was dramatic. Sorry.
that was excellent. That probably could have been its own course. I mean, really, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's a lot of information in there and a lot of big changes. Can we do a voice, sound check just really quick?
We're hearing you.
Okay.
You heard us?
Good. Okay, can you make sure I've got actually people in the room? So as you all are well aware, it's my fault we're late. Is it okay with everybody that we have Crystal do her last topic with us and then we get out of here at 4? Is that fine? If you have to leave, I totally understand. Okay. All right.
And if they have to grab some pastries on the way out.
And take food.
And there's some lunches still left too.
That's it.
Okay.
So Lisa, I also have a quick introduction for
Yes.
Crystal.
Yep.
Did I run with it?
Yep.
All right. So Crystal is a project specialist with Oregon Water Resources Department, and she's coordinating the process to update the Oregon Integrated Water Resource Strategy. DLCD is one of a handful of agencies that, sorry, I was getting my screen going here. We're one of a handful of agencies that participate on the IWRS project team. So I know firsthand that Crystal is really interested in highlighting the nexus between land use planning and water quality and water quantity needs in the revised plan. And we're hoping that her presentation today will spur your interest in the IWRS. And we'd like you to share any thoughts or suggestions that emerge with Crystal, or you can contact me and I can feed them over to Crystal. And this opportunity will be open for the next few months.
Thanks, Amanda. I'm wondering if I can share my screen or get permission to. I do have some slides that I want to run through. Let's try to
1 second.
take control there. Okay.
Did that work?
Yes, I believe so. Let's see how this always takes a second for it to pop up. So let me move that over.
Looks good.
Okay, can folks see the PowerPoint? Okay, great. We'll dive right into it. Okay, so thank you for that introduction, Amanda. So I'm going to go through about 4 things on the integrated water resources strategy. I want to give a little bit of a background just because I'm not sure how familiar folks are with the document. And then I'm going to, the bulk of the presentation, I just want to walk through the framework because it does, I think it's a really helpful snapshot of how this document is defined and organized. I'll talk through a few recommended actions so that we can highlight how the recommended actions in the document, that really everything trickles down to recommended actions. And I just want to talk a little bit about how those recommended actions tie into work happening on the coast. And then I'll wrap up with describing what we're doing for an update process and give some folks an idea of how to engage in that process. So just to kind of start from the beginning, the concept, the idea for an integrated water resource strategy was came about back in 2009. So the idea there being that we're, WRD is really focused on water quantity, but all of our water issues within the state really fall into, that complicated nexus of quality, quantity, and ecosystem needs. And so there was a recognition that we needed some way to try and bring together all of those complex interests. So currently, the integrated water resources strategy is described in statute. So that ORS there that I've listed at the bottom, 536-220, that's where you can find all of the requirements for what is covered in the IWRS. So just a few things that are key that are listed in the statute. WRD is listed as the lead agency for developing that strategy. We're required to partner with other agencies, tribes, stakeholders, and the public. And then just, even though it is a statewide strategy and many agencies are implicated and involved, there are just requirements for only 3 other commissions to be notified before we adopt that plan. So that's just an interesting kind of side note there. And then the Water Resources Commission is the single commission that adopts the plan. And updates, currently with the way it's written, updates are required every 5 years. I will mention that the IWRS is right now a topic in the current legislative session. And so there is talk about maybe changing that update frequency and also some of the requirements within this document. So, and a little more background here. So the very first one came out in 2012, and it took 3 years from that first House bill with 3 very full years of outreach and engagement with a lot of stakeholders, public, tribes, agencies, federal and state, working together to try and formulate what this strategy should be. And so the final strategy is really a high-level blueprint for Oregon. And interestingly, it covers, even though it was, kind of spearheaded and led by the state agencies, it does include a lot of strategies that really work at a lot of different scales. And so I think that's what probably one of the most complicated pieces about this strategy is that when you really dig into it, there are things that private landowners can do, but then there's also some recommendations for what agencies and multiple agencies need to be doing. At the end of the day, the strategy is directing agencies to develop work plans. So the recommended actions that are in this document are not given a priority. They're basically laid out as these are the things we need to do, but it's calling on agencies to develop work plans to work out those finer details of getting these on, finding budget for these things and getting them on a timeline to be completed. So the IWRS still has this similar structure. It's structured as 2 main goals. So we need to understand our water resources and we want to meet our water resource needs. So the way I kind of think about that is those 2 goals, one of them really slices up into data collection, and then the second goal being how do we meet those needs, the action, the implementation. The document is carved up into 4 different objectives. It's understanding our water resources, understanding our in-stream and out-of-stream needs, identifying coming pressures, things like climate change, and then how we can meet our needs. So talking a lot about water management and ecosystem restoration, things like that. At the end of the day, the 2012 IWRS resulted in 40+ recommended actions. And this is a nice graphic. We have an updated one I'll show in just a second, but this is just what that first IWRS looked like once you boiled everything down into goals, objectives, and recommended actions. Just, you know, that large document on a single page. And so since this document is required to be updated every 5 years, there was an update produced in 2017. So that's the current version that we're operating from. I just wanted to note the change, the update that happened between 2012 and 2017. It was not structurally different. It really just added a bunch of new recommended actions. So extreme events was a whole new category that came about. Dam safety was highlighted there. Adequate field presence was added, strengthening permitting. So some things that are very closely linked to things that that agencies already do. And then additional groundwater protections, and then funding. There was a funding category before, but that funding category just got more detailed. So highlighting local or regional planning is something that was critical. And then also a category to fund project implementation. So it's very high level, so all sorts of water types of projects. So this is the current framework that we were working with. This is what it looks like now. Still very similar, like I mentioned, goals and objectives and critical issues. And then I know you can't read all of these little things here, but the text down at this scale, I'm hoping you can see my cursor. These are all of the recommended actions, the 51 recommended actions. So like I was describing earlier, I like to think about these different buckets, how it's really parsed out. So data, water supplies is really that objective 1. Then we're looking at water demands for objective 2. Objective 3 is studying and understanding the pressures. Like I mentioned, climate change is one of those. Extreme events is now on there. And then the last objective, meeting our needs, to me, it really kind of boils down to solutions. So now I'm going to walk through the recommended actions. I did want to note, I'll just highlight some things quickly about where I think there's some good overlap with what's happening on the coast, and also just to give a little bit more context on what some of these recommended actions are talking about. I do want to mention, though, there's a little box here in the bottom, this little brown box within the document. So the IWRS is about over 150 pages. Within the narrative, there are these recommended actions that are in the bold brown box there, but then there's also example actions that are given. So that's something that is not shown when you look at this framework here. It's the example actions that you're not seeing. It doesn't go down to that fine of a level, but I will point out that that's really a helpful level if you're having you know, just some questions about what is really captured underneath that recommended action. That's where you would go to find that additional level of detail there. So the example actions are the ones that are very specific sometimes to the exact agency that should be doing that action, or it may mention a program, things like that show up there. So just to kick things off here with the first objective and the first 3 recommended actions, it's really all about data collection. And so a lot of it is WRD doing groundwater investigations, so working with USGS. There's a lot of collaborations happening there, also with DEQ. That's relevant here, just mentioning that that's really understanding water supply issues, both quantity and quality. So, you know, I know a lot of coastal areas have quantity issues as well as quality issues when it comes to some saltwater intrusion, things like that. And then this is also, it's important also to recognize that this needs to be a collaboration and a coordination piece. So action 1C is coordinating data collection and processing. So DEQ, ODA, and so DEQ and Department of Ag and Water Resources Department are all collecting data. So there's clearly a need for us to be collaborating on that and making sure that that data can be used and passed along for land use decisions. I will mention that a big effort that's currently happening on this particular recommended action is the Oregon Water Data Portal, and which is not going to be ready for public use for a couple more years, but that's the first really concerted effort to get all of the complex data sets that we have at various different agencies all coordinated together so that it can be used more seamlessly from, at a lot of different planning levels. So I'm excited about that. It's not complete yet. They're still at the very early stages of scoping that. And I will mention that DEQ is the one that is leading that effort, even though there are about 15 plus agencies involved in that effort. And then moving on to still, the data collection bucket here, out of stream needs and demands. So quantifying those, identifying what those are. This section calls for a long-term water demand forecast done at the state level. The last one that was done was in 2015, so it's certainly time for an update. That's something that was done by a consultant. It had a lot of, different sectors of the economy considered in it. Something it didn't have was the in-stream demands, and so I'm looking forward to hopefully having that in the next one. We don't have that on a work plan yet, so I'm not sure when the next forecast will come out, but it's important to note that that forecast is really, it of course takes into consideration things like climate change and trying to understand, if we're forecasting what is our agricultural use going to be over the next 20 years, it's considering how climate change is going to impact that. And then some very specific actions, I think that really, these ones really do tie very closely to some things that WRD does, specifically water rights related items. And then the bottom there, in-stream needs and demands, that's also a category that's very specifically worked on by ODF&W. So a lot of fish and wildlife needs. They're the ones that are determining what flows are needed from a quantity and quality perspective to support certain species. And of course, DEQ is involved as well regarding the water quality issues. So ecosystem needs, also power generation is another in-stream need or demand. Thought I'd mention that there. And then that last bullet there, determining needs of groundwater dependent systems. There's a lot of places in Oregon where groundwater and surface water interactions are really important from both a quality and a quantity perspective. Again, everything we're looking at here is really a data-driven approach, like trying to understand these pieces of our water picture. Okay, and so now we're looking at some more pressures. So walking through a few of these. So water and energy, of course, is one where, the energy that it takes to get water moved around is, if we're able to reduce the amount of water that we're using in general, we're also able to reduce the energy use moving that water around. And so that goes for both water distribution, so drinking water. Same thing for wastewater collection as well. Energy is involved in both of those. And then of course, there's the energy that we maybe more commonly think about, which is associated with a lot of our dams and power production. There is a 4B here, this action item, to take advantage of existing infrastructure to develop non-traditional hydropower electric. That was a recommendation that's looking at irrigation piping or micro hydro. So a lot of the Central Oregon piping projects where they're being done, irrigation districts are piping their irrigation canals to conserve water. There sometimes is an opportunity to also do some power generation within those pipe systems. And then of course, municipalities, they also have the capacity sometimes to do micro hydro within their water distribution or collection systems. So climate change is another category that's covered under this document. So there's really just two actions here, but they're very huge in what they're covering. So for example, 5B is assist climate change adaptation and resiliency strategies. That's very broad reaching. It can talk to a lot of different scales of, state down to local government. It's really very broad. And so, yeah, I'll just kind of mention again that really the strategy, there are so many recommended actions that do appear to be very broad. If you take a look at the document and see the example actions, those give you a little bit more refined sense of what the actions might look like, but still it's intended to be a very high level thing. So in general, we're saying, we need to be thinking about climate change adaptation and resiliency strategies in all of our water planning that we're doing. I just mentioned sea level rise was something that is mentioned in the document. as well as the Oregon Management Inventory, Oregon Coastal Management Inventory. And then the new category that I had mentioned before between the 2012 version of the document and now the 2017 version has extreme events in there. And there's just 3 categories listed. One that addresses drought, one that addresses floods, and then a third one that addresses the Cascadia subduction earthquake. It does discuss tsunamis in there as well, but just the changes that we've seen happening throughout the state between 2017 and now, I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to add some more extreme events in there to be more pointed at what actions we might want to highlight. So wildfire is not in there and seems to have, really raised an importance and impact for folks across the state. So, and coastal erosion is also not listed in there either. So it's a question to me whether or not we should be kind of reflecting more of what like the OCRI reports are showing and looking at from a climate change perspective as kind of like the bigger issues we need to be looking at there. So if you have opinions on what other extreme events we might want to add, please let me know. Happy to consider. All right, and then water and land use. So this is the big category where there's probably the most overlap with DLCD on this. So the document does walk through some of the state planning goals and highlight specific ones that relate very, at a very high level to certain things in the strategy. So it doesn't give as is the case, I think, for a lot of other plans that it's pointing to, it does talk about kind of set the stage, describe what the Oregon planning goals are, but it doesn't go into an incredible amount of detail. It kind of points readers towards another document. And then just also wanted to mention that low impact development and green infrastructure shows up under the water and land use section. That is one of the few places where I'm seeing green infrastructure show up there. It just mentions things like updating codes and adding incentives for folks to add that. And so stormwater would also fall underneath that, and stormwater does show up in a few other places as well, but that would be kind of where that happens. Water related infrastructure is not just municipal scale water, wastewater infrastructure. It's really, the document really talks about all the different scales of water infrastructure that we have. So I listed a few of those off to the side. Irrigation happens at a lot of different scales, drainage systems, so drainage ditches, agricultural, tile drains, things like that. Of course, there's also tide gates that would fit into infrastructure. That's definitely a coastal thing. And then wastewater, and then levees or dams as well. And so that action item 7C, just since I just mentioned dam safety, that was a new action that was added in 2017. It also links back to extreme events. So the events like the Cascadia earthquake and floods, of course, we're always looking at dam safety, and those dams are being evaluated for seismic stability. So of course, there's kind of a lot of linkages back and forth within this strategy about, from kind of planning and data collection as well. And then education and outreach. This is still listed under pressures in that section. It tries to touch on a lot of different scales, again, of education and outreach. So starting with our youth, making sure that there's some interaction there with agencies and our youth in Oregon, providing education and training for Oregon's next generation of water experts. Of course, that can be done at a lot of different capacities, not just at the state agency level. Promoting community education training opportunities. Again, also lots of different ways that could happen. And then identifying ongoing water-related research needs. That's something that I've also seen a lot of crossover just in terms of what agencies are finding those. That can also be from academic institutions, but also partnerships especially between OSU and certain state agencies. But a lot of that data collection stuff that I was talking about earlier, the first couple parts of the strategy, that's where a lot of those needs are being identified as well. All right, and then find the last chapter, which is looking at meeting the in-stream and out-of-stream needs. So all of the next recommended items I'm going to be talking about are all really focused more on the implementation, the action component, how we can meet these water needs, both in-stream and out-of-stream. So place-based efforts gets a whole section in the strategy. And just for some context, the idea is that just acknowledging this IWRS is a statewide strategy. It's really trying to fly at that level, but acknowledging that really the work happens at a very place-based, and place-specific scale, right? Where one strategy or one solution is not going to be the right thing for any place in Oregon or every place in Oregon. We need to be more specific to and respond to the place. And so back in 2016, there was a funding set aside for, it was actually distributed through WRD for place-based planning. And so that was an effort where folks could apply, planning groups could apply for that funding. And then at the end of that, that awarding, it was only 4 groups that got funding for that effort. And so there have been, and so that was called the pilot project. There have been 4 place-based planning groups that have been working through the planning effort since 2016. At this point, 3 out of the 4 groups do have their integrated water plans done and starting to work on implementing them and finding funding for that. So just all that to say, this section of the IWRS has a very high level nod to, we need to be looking at things from a place-based approach, but it's also was talking very specifically about a very, a program that was developed at the time. The place-based planning program is set to sunset at the end of this biennium, so at the end of June, but there is new legislation proposed. I'm not sure how much support it has, but it is looking to establish a place-based planning fund. So that would be, long-term funding to keep this going and expand the geographic range of place-based planning, and hopefully provide for more support for capacity for communities to engage in that type of work. So there's really just 3 recommendations underneath here. Of course, a lot more detail given within the document. There were place-based planning guidelines that were developed in 2015. So those are also, there's a nod to those in the document. There is also a mention of just partnering with federal agencies, tribes, neighboring states. It's a little redundant to me. That's kind of part of, I think, everything that we're doing regarding water and every issue. But as far as just kind of letting folks know that, yes, we do have very specific issues that are state related. We've got California, Idaho, and Washington, a lot of different complicated water things that we're working through with all of those states. So the data collection, sharing, and management at that scale is also being mentioned there. And then just a few more categories left. So water management and development, this again is really touching on a lot of different state agencies' actions and federal as well. So we've got things that are recommendations that seem, very, I think, kind of happening at all different scales. Improving water use and water conservation is action 10A. Everyone could be doing that at all different scales and levels of government. But then we also have very specific things like improving access to built storage. So that could be underground storage, those could be reservoirs, all sorts of different things like that. And also I'll mention action 10D, reaching environmental outcomes with non-regulatory alternatives. The focus there being, we want folks to be able to do things from a voluntary perspective. There are a lot of programs currently right now that the state is operating. So for example, the Pesticide Stewardship Partnership that ODA and DEQ lead, there's a lot of interaction there where you've got landowners collaborating with soil and water conservation districts. There's a lot of water quality monitoring happen. There's a lot of technical assistance, a lot of education. And at the end of the day, there is water quality improvements that are being shown really from that communication, collaboration between state agencies and landowners. And measurable improvement because they're monitoring before and after. And at the end of the day, it's all a voluntary thing that landowners are participating in. So that's kind of just a nice example to give you of what that category has really led to here. And then, yeah, I think the last couple I'll mention really are 10E, Continue the Water Resources Development Program. Again, very specific to just WRD, that in the way that was written. Currently, that program is called Water Project Grants and Loans. But then the other two recommended actions are much broader, you know, in terms of reflecting what a lot of state agencies do. So increasing our presence in the field. Rationale for that is really, you know, making sure that we're able to implement some of the rules and or enforce, and you know, a lot of the water quality and quantity regulations that we already have on the books. Just we need sometimes to have field presence to make sure that those are being adhered to. Yeah, so that's all I wanted to say on that category. And then we've just got 3 more categories to go through here. So healthy ecosystems, this section is acknowledging that really important role of ecosystems and natural systems in water quality. So I like that it's acknowledging that watershed restoration really has that connection to source water protection and water quality improvement. And it's also got the flood attenuation benefits as well. There is a description in there about additional in-stream protection. So those could be things like getting in-stream water rights to help have, you know, increased base flows and protect certain species. But then there's also things like DEQ programs, seeing waterways, collaboration there with OPRD, those types of things. And then other things that I think are connected really to restoration as well, preventing and eradicating invasive species. That portion of the document, it focuses on aquatic species, but there's also a really important nexus with upland species as well, because we're seeing a lot of damage happening to riparian species. Oregon ash is being hit pretty hard with emerald ash borer, things like that. So all of these restoration and habitat conservation components are really key to our water quality at the end of the day. So that's what this category is touching on. Specifically, recommended action 11D specifically calls out fish barriers. So the tide gate and fish barrier piece are pretty critical for that. And then developing additional groundwater protections. That could really look like a lot of different things, but it's specifically calling out different designations that WRD and typically DEQ have for different groundwater sources. Okay, and so then public health, I'll go through quickly here. We've got ensuring the safety of Oregon's drinking water, very, you know, aspirational goal there. It talks a lot about, you know, the complexity of our drinking water systems that we have in the state, just happening at different levels. You know, we do have municipal systems that are very easy to test and report out on, private wells less so. Source water protection, of course, is discussed there as well. Reducing the use of and exposure to toxins and pollutants is another key piece. So that, I think a good example there would be the private forest accord and increasing buffers on source protection. That's something we'll be updating in this document, is the changes through the private forest accord there. But also harmful algal blooms are another more current topic that wasn't discussed too much. I think it was mentioned in the 2017. It's definitely had a much larger geographic issue, become a much larger geographic issue in the last few years, impacting our water supply. And then finally, just the funding category. So this is the last set of recommended actions. It's trying to hit at a lot of different levels here. So the first one is really saying, hey, we need to fund the development and implementation of the IWRS because it's not something, and it's interestingly something that we're directed to do, but the funding is not clearly set aside for it. So folks felt like that was necessary to state at the front end there. And then also a call to fund state agencies and all the activities that they do that really connect to all of these other recommended actions that I've just talked through. There was also an addition to the funding category to invest in local, specifically local and regional water planning efforts and feasibility studies as well. And then the last category is very broad, invest in implementation of water resources projects. So that could be, again, you know, water infrastructure in a lot of different scales, and you know, happens through, of course, a lot of different funding mechanisms. So federal and state there. So that was a lot of text, a lot of words. Do folks have questions at this point, or should I just keep going through? I'm going to wrap up here with just talking through the outreach and engagement update process. I've just got three more slides left. Not seeing any folks with hands or anything. Oh, is there a question?
No, I was just asking if there are any questions. I think you're free to move into the last three.
Okay, perfect. This should be pretty short as well. So yeah, I just wanted to let folks know about generally what is happening with this update process. Like I mentioned, this document is supposed to be updated every 5 years. And so we're undertaking that update process now. It's looking like the next version will be finalized in early 2024. So it's taking us about a year to do this update. I will mention that before 2023, I came on board at the end of last year and worked on a progress report looking back at what had the state done in terms of accomplishing all of those recommended actions between 2017 and 2022. So that provides a really good basis for moving forward and doing this, you know, larger IWRS update. So like Amanda had mentioned, we've got a small project team, an interagency project team. So those 5 agencies listed up there are the primary team that we've got. So we've got a few folks on that team. Those are going to be the primary authors of this. We're going to have their commissions more closely involved than maybe some of the others. So that's just been kind of, you know, of course, we're still getting input from other agencies as well, but that is kind of the core team that's developing this work. We've also got a group called the Water Core Team, which is deputy level, you know, folks from about 14 agencies, water related agencies. They're not all natural resource. We've also got Business Oregon that attends those. That forum is a great place to continue to have coordination and collaboration regarding the IWRS. So I've been using that team for, you know, at least 6 months or more to make sure that I'm getting input and collaboration happening within all of the other agencies. And then something that we did early this year was hired a consultant to facilitate our public outreach component. So we've got Oregon's Kitchen Table, which is they're nested in PSU as part of their National Policy and Consensus Center. They specialize in reaching folks that are not typically, and reaching out to folks and getting their engagement on projects that they have typically not been engaged with. So of course, water is a very, you know, critical issue to so many people, but in the past, the IWRS has not had a super broad level of involvement. So we're trying to change that this time around and get more involvement, especially from the public, and raise the awareness both on, you know, what the IWRS is, and then also hear from them how we can improve that to meet their needs. So that is all happening. The planning phase all happened, you know, early this year. Let's see if I've got some more details here. So the outreach and engagement is happening pretty much now. So May through June is really the window where a lot of it is condensed. We've got some public meetings. I've listed the dates there and the locations off on the right. Seaside is the only coastal location, unfortunately, that we have this time around. We worked closely with Oregon's Kitchen Table to come up with where these locations are because we were trying to make sure that we were getting broad engagement, not repeating places that we've gone to in the past, because we have had 2 IWRS meetings, 2 IWRS iterations. So 2012 and the 2017 version had a lot of public meetings as well. We didn't want to go to exactly those same places. We also wanted to make sure that we were hitting a lot of variety in terms of our demographics. And we also wanted to consider where Oregon's Kitchen Table is already doing some other outreach and engagement efforts and not repeat, you know, going to those same geographic locations. So that's why we also don't have a Portland Metro location on this list. There are a lot of culturally specific meetings and engagement efforts that Oregon's Kitchen Table is doing generally in that area. And so we decided to use our 7 meeting locations and kind of, spread those out a little bit more. I think that is, I did want to also mention that we are doing a survey as well. So there will be an online and paper survey, public survey that will be translated into 8 different languages. So that's something that's new that we haven't done in the past, is have that level of translation. So it should be hopefully available to many different folks. And then, I did already mention the culturally specific events. So the last 2 pieces I wanted to mention here, we're going to go from that public outreach and engagement happening in May and June to draft development this summer. We'll release the first draft for public review and comment sometime in October, and then we'll revise it and then put it back out again, hopefully in January of 2024. And pending that is a version everyone's happy with, we will then move that to the Water Resources Commission for adoption, hopefully in early 2024. So just to wrap up here, I would encourage folks, everyone in this meeting could fill out the public survey as well. So it's not live yet, it is being released in May. And I would also encourage people to attend the public meeting that we have in Seaside, if that's close to you, or if you know folks who are closer to that location. That will be on May 11th on a Thursday. And then also we would love to have some review and comment on the document. So in October, I know seems a little ways out there. It will come quickly, I'm sure. But that would be fantastic to get as much feedback and input on that as possible. And then the last thing I'll say is just, if you want to know more and stay up to date with what we're doing on the IWRS, you can sign up on the OWRD website. So I've done a little screenshot here. That little red squiggly line is where you can sign up. You hit that hyperlink and it will send you to a Gov Delivery page where you can sign up, and you can choose the Integrated Water Resources Strategy as a subscription topic. And that way you'll get meeting notices, you'll get links for the survey that come in May, and then you'll get all of the links for when the document is released for review and things like that. So that is all I had. Happy to take questions.
Are there any questions out there?
Yeah, really quick one.
Yeah.
Is there a certain percentage of this that the state's doing each year, water resources each year on studies in certain areas? Like 5% of the state or 10% of the state each year is going to get a study done, or is this just the
I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing. Let me see if I captured it. You're asking, is there a certain percentage of the state that has been studied?
No, that's getting redone each year as part of this project. For the actual.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I'm hearing. That's being redone?
Yeah, are you guys updating certain hydraulic studies each year, like certain basins?
Oh,
yeah.
Yes. Okay, gotcha. So yes, so we have groundwater basin studies that are being done, and right now there are some areas that haven't had one updated for decades, and so part of this is I actually have a map that I could share for folks here. Me not sharing my screen anymore, but bring that over for you. It's so we do have large basins that have been completed since the 2017, and there are several basins that are still considering or that are still needing to be done. Unfortunately, it takes about a couple of years to do a full basin study, depending on how big the basin is and how many people we're working with on that. But I think this graphic will help show that here. So this map down here in the green, all that green that's showing up. We've got in progress the Walla Walla, which of course is shared with Washington. That's currently in progress right now. The green areas are completed. and I've got the dates over here for when those were done. And then the planned ones are the orange or the yellow. So those will probably, they're still being scoped. So I don't have the exact dates of when they're done, but I would say, you know, over the next 4 to 6 years, I think is the target for having all of those complete. So
Very much.
hopefully that answers your question. Yeah.
He nodded and said that it did.
Okay,
I
perfect.
think you're a little earlier in the agenda on Thursday, if I'm not mistaken. You might have had a scheduling conflict. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yep.
So then you won't have the torture of being the last one on the agenda. Everybody's chomping at the bit to get outside of the blue sky.
Yeah.
Weather.
I hope I didn't bore everyone too much. Well, there's my email address. If folks want to reach out, you can also reach out to Amanda as well. So if questions come up after you leave today, please reach out.
Yep, that sounds great. And thank you for this. And we'll see you on Thursday.
Yeah. Sounds great. Okay. Thanks, everyone. All right. Bye.
Okay, everybody online, thank you very much. And we will be talking to you and look for some emails with some information in the presentation. You know, I'll bring that up to our website. So then you can have it.